Item number 2026-029, Lincoln Avenue Pipeline. And I believe that there was going to be an amendment.
Yeah, good evening. Eric Earls, Public Works.
Good evening. Good evening.
DPW would like to amend the award from $1 million to $694,380. That is the award, that is the bid amount, which is $587,650, and a 20% contingency, which is $115,730.
Okay, so the amended amount will be 694,380.
Correct.
Councilman Napper, I'm going to defer to you on this item. This is your ward.
Thank you, Chairman. Just a couple of questions on this, Director. The funds that we're requesting tonight, are these in addition to funds that were expelled last year? And were any funds carried over from last year into this year on this project? My understanding is that this project's been going on since last year.
I don't know if there's been carryover on the construction side. I do know that there was carryover with the design monies, but I don't know if if there's been any money carried over from the construction piece.
Okay, so this is 694,000 roughly of new spending, or is this?
Correct.
Okay. And then I believe, there was one item referenced in the bid package. There was a 50% overrun on one particular item when compared against that project that was done in Johnston. Do we have any clarity as to what that overrun might have been and what the expected cost on that? Is that something that we may anticipate a large overrun as much as 50% on our project, or are those two totally different scopes?
Those are different scopes. Yeah, this project is pretty straightforward. You know, this is essentially removing 600 linear feet of cast iron pipe and replacing with 600 feet of PVC pipe. So there's not a lot of complicated components to this one. Okay. So we don't anticipate those kinds of cost overruns.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Any other questions from members of the committee? Director, I want to follow up on Councilman Napper's question. So in 2025, in this line item, you had a budget of $2.68 million. And as of today, that still remains $1.4 million left in that particular item. So what happens with that 1.4?
Well, this is the second of 3 phases. So the third phase would obviously, need to be funded both from the design side and the construction side. So that's essentially where those funds would be allocated.
Out of the 1.4 remaining?
Yes.
Okay. In the Stantec report, which I was happy to see, this report was driven by Stantec, right? Where it shows the different projects that they worked on and what the results of those projects were, et cetera. This was generated by Stantec, or is, as an example, it says, Mr. Cronin considered that the overall quality of CB Utilities' work on this project was acceptable. Those comments that are included in our package, do those come from the actual clients, or was this something that was presented to you from Stantec?
Part of Stantec's responsibility as a city's consultant is to assist with bid evaluations. And so, yeah, that would be from Stantec doing their homework on our behalf. Okay.
Which that was a really good piece of information.
Stantec has worked really well with us.
Exactly. I mean, you're talking a big project here. You've already addressed my question that I had earlier, because I couldn't justify almost $500,000 of additional monies into this project of $578,650 when by Stantec's own admission, the most they ever generated was 25% over. So thank you for, making that adjustment. It also says in here that for the most part, CB Utility did submit its paperwork on time with some reminders. Who on the city side will be overseeing this to make sure that the necessary paperwork, whatever that paperwork is, will be submitted on time?
That would be Mike DiPetrillo. He's the supervisor responsible for capital projects. And then he reports to our new Water Division Chief, Jerry Ouellette, who's here tonight.
I assume we'll have an opportunity to meet him tonight?
Absolutely.
Okay. In this report, it says MBE/WBE requirement. The project does not have an MBE, WBE, or DBE requirement. What is that?
That's minority-owned business, women-owned business. I forget the 3 acronyms, but minority,
Okay.
women, but that's what that references.
Okay. And I think that's all the questions I have at this time. Any additional questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the council? Do we have any questions from members of the public? Are there any questions from members of the public? Do we have any questions from members of the public? This will be assigned a PCR number, and that number will be PCR 71-25. Is that correct, Madam Clerk? Thank you. Thank you, Director. Moving on, item number 2, found on page 10, purchase various new tires. Sir. Okay. So let's get a motion on PCR 71-25. Let's start off with the amendment.
Motion to move favorable action on the amendment.
Second. We have a motion to amend the amount to $694,380. We have a second. Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Any questions from committee? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Thank you, Solicitor. Now we're going to do a vote on the entire item, PCR 71-25, as amended.
Motion to move favorable action as amended.
Second. We have a motion. We have a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Next item, item 2, found on page 10, purchase various new tires. Hi, Christy.
Good evening. Christy Moretti, Public Works. Public Works is requesting only to add the vendor Pete's Tire Barn to our purchase of new tire bids for the balance of the term of the contract that expires December 31st, 2025. We're not asking for any additional funding or anything like that.
Christy, who is the vendor now?
Sullivan Tire.
Sullivan Tire? And did Pete's Tire Barn bid on this originally?
I don't believe they did, but I'm not 100% certain.
So why did you or the department decide to add Pete's Tire Barn onto this as opposed to a different tire dealer?
Pete's Tire Barn is local in Providence, and we've had a couple of instances where we were not able to get tires, basically front runners for sanitation vehicles or fire trucks at the time when they needed tire replacements. So we're requesting to add this vendor. So if that need arises again, and Sullivan Tire doesn't have the tire size we need in stock, then we can get it from Pete's Tire Barn.
And do you have a pricing schedule from Pete's Tire Barn on the tires that you may need?
No.
So what are you going to use as a comparative?
So this is a 56.6, which is an exception to notice. We're adding the vendor to the existing bid for the tire purchases. However, it does not, the 56.6 does not hold them to any particular pricing as far as the tires go.
So are we at the mercy of whatever price they want to charge us?
Yes, we have dealt with Pete's Tire Barn previously in the past. It's been several years. We've never had an issue with their pricing. They've always been fair.
Okay. Fair enough. Any questions from members of the committee? Do you have any questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the council? Do we have any questions from members of the public? Any questions from members of the public? Do we have any questions from members of the public? Hearing none, we will move on to item number 3, 2025-011, found on page 12.
Good evening. It's Kyla Jones, the tax collector. The City of Warwick Tax Collector's Office is requesting a 6/12 alteration of contract for bid 2025-11. The contracted dates are July 1st of 25 to June 30th of 26. We're requesting additional funding of $150,000 for account 22360. This is for our collection of personal property and motor vehicle taxes that have gone delinquent through Rossi Law. They started their letter campaign in July of 24 and have assisted in collecting over $950,000 worth of delinquent motor vehicle and personal property tax from 2017 to 2023. The extension's needed so that Rossi can pursue the remaining just over 1,800 delinquent accounts that total about approximately $3 million past due to the City of Warwick. Rossi's cost of collection is based upon the amount that they collect. They receive 14.5% of the amount collected from the letter campaign and 24% if the accounts have been litigated. In comparative, the city assesses 1% interest a month on the unpaid principal balance on the account. Therefore, the cost of the collection agency would not affect the collection of the principal taxes due because they're all more than 1 year past due. Do you have any additional questions for me?
First of all, thank you for addressing those issues. That is questions I had deferred over to earlier. Thank you for doing that. In the letter, it says Rossi has assisted with collecting. What do you mean assisted?
Well, when we send our letter over to Rossi, our list over to Rossi, they send out a letter campaign, and through that campaign, the taxpayer can decide to either pay the city directly or to pay Rossi, whichever they feel more comfortable with, and we report back and forth to each other. So they've assisted by sending out that legal notice that we couldn't get collection on with just our local city balance due.
So once they are engaged to send out that collection letter, that triggers the percentage that they receive, regardless of whether or not the resident pays the city or pays Rossi. Is
That's
that right?
correct. And then if it gets to the litigation point, they have to pay Rossi. They're no longer allowed to pay the city directly.
You also state in here that there are 829 delinquent accounts totaling over 3.2 million. I'm not sure if you addressed that or not because I couldn't hear everything that you said.
Sorry.
That's 3.29 million. What is the breakout between, well, motor vehicle taxes should be next to nothing unless they're pretty old, personal property taxes, and water sewer? What's the percentage of breakout?
So I just broke out the last 10 years. I went back to 2016. So from 21, because that's when the motor vehicle taxes ended, to 2016 back is just over $800,000 in delinquent accounts. The personal property is a little more than that because it goes forward from 2016 to 2023. That's around $2 million past due delinquency to the city. And the remaining is prior accounts that they've had with us over the past couple of years that they have payment plans with people. There is no water sewer usage on this. It's strictly motor vehicle and personal property.
Okay, so I'm not going to get into the details, but I'm going to make a comment. Given the number of delinquencies we were told at the budget hearing for water sewer, we have a significant amount of money on the IOU list, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Councilman Ricks.
If I could have a PCR on this one, I need to recuse.
Okay. That will be PCR 72-25. Okay. Any other questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public? Do we have any questions from members of the public? Please. Just identify yourself for the record.
Good evening, Ann Sheridan. I'm just curious how delinquent these charges are, how far back, and do we have an aging report?
Kyler, if you could just answer that question as it pertains only to this item, not to the water sewer.
Sure. As I just stated, the motor vehicle runs from 2021 to 2016. I only went back 10 years. And the personal property runs from 23 to 2016.
Okay, so if I understand correctly, we're saying we only looked back 10 years, that there might be more? I know there was a huge write-off, so I'm just curious as to how much of this is really statutorily ready to be written off.
Kyler, go ahead.
Rossi Collection has 10 years worth. I just told you what we gave them, 2016 to 2023.
So there's more beyond 10 years?
Yes, that's possible.
Thank you.
Thank you. Kyler, if you could, obviously not now, sometime this week, if you could get me the number that is beyond the 10 years. Okay, thank you. You can send that to the entire finance committee.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions from members of the public? Do we have any questions from members of the public? Okay, we'll need to get a motion on PCR 72-25.
Motion to move favorable action.
We have a motion favorable. We have a second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Item number 4, 2026-056, Telephony Services, found on page 16.
Phil Carlucci, IT Director. This is a 56-6 request under the city ordinance to do an exception to bid to award the city's telephony services to, that answers the councilman's questions, telephony services to Cox Communication, Inc. in the amount of $121,000. This request covers all telephony services for the city's desk phones on the voice over IP system from the period of July 1st, 2025 through June 30th, 2026.
Director, could you just explain in your position paper, it says, for the city using the in-place, oh, never mind, VoIP. I thought it said VoID. I say, what's this?
Voice over
phone
IP.
system? Okay.
It's just compared
All
to
right.
copper.
All right. Was that a test?
I should have spelled it out. I usually don't try to use acronyms.
Any questions from members of the committee? Councilman Muto.
Hello. Just a quick question on the telephony service. Does that just cover the administration side, or does it overlap into the schools?
Just the city side, not the
side.
school department.
Speculation. Do you think it's possible in the future for telephony to be overlapped and consolidated?
I'm not sure the vendor, the problem with desk phones, unlike cell phones, it is not, the numbers are not easily portable. So with a cell phone, if we change a cell phone carrier, we can port, not that it's easy, but we can port all of the existing city cell phone numbers over to the new carrier. When it comes to desk phones, those are numbering schemes that are in place and they're actually owned by the vendor. So if it was a Cox system, could we get an economy of scale? Strictly speculation, potentially. If they were using someone else, then we would have a more challenging switchover.
Just a follow-up, on a switchover, it's not really required to keep the same phone numbers, it's just for convenience, right?
You do not need to, but once again, these numbers are in the public psyche. So a lot of folks just know the numbers they call. If they were to switch, there would be a period of confusion and a campaign that would have to go on to try to educate everyone on the new numbering scheme.
Thank you.
So, a question. Who has the right pronunciation? Councilman Muto or Councilman Lattisaw?
You may have missed it, but Councilman Foley had mouthed to me, telephony? It's telephony.
I like telephony.
Telephony, no comment.
This is going downhill quickly. Okay, any other questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Do we have any questions from members of the public? Do we have any questions from members of the public? Hearing none. We'll move on to item 5. Thank you, Director. We'll move on to item 5, analytical testing of water samples found on page 18. And Christie, I believe you have an amendment on that.
I do. First off, we would like to amend this bid award from $120,000 to $60,000 for a 2-year period.
Okay. I believe all right, so tell me what you want to do again.
Amend the award from $120,000
Okay.
to $60,000 for 2 years.
Okay. I thought I had saw something that said you want to change it from 60,000, I'm sorry, from 100 to 60,000, but the actual number is 120.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Go ahead.
And we are requesting to award to Rhode Island Analytical for a 2-year period beginning June 9th, 2025, expiring June 8th, 2027.
And certainly the question is, why is this so late?
I have to be honest with you, Councilman, I don't have an answer for that. We did not, so I did not facilitate this bid. I'm just presenting it on behalf of the Water Division. So I'm not sure why it was so late, but we have addressed the issue.
No, I understand. And this is something that we've talked about. When I say we, I'll speak for me. I've spoken about this a lot. And we have numerous items on this bid package that are coming to us late again. And I've asked that to be corrected actually quite often, as recently as the beginning of this year. But yet we continue to have these. And I'm not, Christie, I'm not preaching to you. Don't misunderstand this. This is to all department heads. Going forward, if we continue to receive these late bids, then we're going to have to deal with this through another means, which perhaps would result in an ordinance, because this is crazy. You know, here's a bid, it's like 6 days away, and we're going to deal with this issue now. This is something that should have been brought to our attention before we passed the budget too, by the way. So again, I'm not picking on you, Christie, I'm just making a statement. Any questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Do we have any questions from members of the public? Are there any questions from members of the public? Okay, so we are going to call this PCR 73-25. And I need a motion to amend
Motion to move favorable on an amendment.
of
On the
60,000,
amendment,
right? We're going to
60,000.
change from 120, reduce it down to 60. Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, I need a motion to move as amended. I'm sorry, a motion for the amendment on PCR 73-25.
We got the motion in a second already.
Yeah. Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, okay. Now, move it as amended on PCR 73-25.
Motion to move favorable action as amended.
We have a motion, we have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, thank you. Item 2026-057, found on page 23, network connectivity.
Bill Carlucci, IT Director. This is a request to piggyback off of the state's MPA number 308 and award Ocean the networking services for the city in the amount of $117,600, covering the time from July 1st, 2025 through June 30th, 2026. And as I put into my position paper, this has gone up $6,000 from last year. That is 100% attributable to new equipment that we have brought in since then. The fluctuation on this price, their rates have not gone up. The fluctuation on this price has to do with how many switches they're managing. So if we have a switch that covers, making it up, 50 devices at a location, and we add, as in the police, another whatever number of body cams, each one requiring another port or something along those lines, we need to buy another switch. Their management fee for that goes up, and that's where the additional money comes from. I would remind the committee that this cost represents approximately a 2/3 reduction from what we were paying prior to going to Ocean. Ocean being a state provider and a co-op, so that there aren't those fees available on a monthly basis.
Thank you, Director. And the same question as I had for Christie, why is this bid coming to us so late?
This is going out 30 days. It's just when it came into we finally got the cost estimate from them, the cost quote from them, written up. And just by the amount of time it takes to get 2 weeks ahead, get it on the docket. I'm not sure exactly when or what I missed on number of days. Written up on a Thursday, my guess is the deadline's usually on a Monday.
Mm-hmm.
Their quote came in 3 days later.
We're looking for them for contract renewals and these type of bid renewals, 60 days. Okay. Now, is this because it's an MPA? Does that, because you're copying onto the MPA?
No, it's just, I understand the desire to have that type of lead time, but the fact of the matter is we are at the mercy. I can come in and give you a bid request or a money request saying, I need about $200,000. If I don't have that quote from them, it can be $220,000 when it comes in, it can be $180,000. So we always try to get an exact figure. This bid came to us, and we push, but there's only so much pushing you can do from a vendor until they'll get you the numbers you want.
Okay. Any questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public? Do we have any questions from members of the public? Hearing none, we'll move on to item number 7. Thank you, Director. Item number 7. It is 2023-154 work boots found on page 36.
Stephen Rotondo, Personnel Director. This is a request, 612 request to increase the bid cap and also to increase the contract term for the Safeguard work company that provides work boots to our employees. To go to the first issue first, the increase in the bid cap is a result of collective bargaining agreement wherein the city and the union agreed that the number of people who would be eligible for work boot reimbursement or for work boots went from 102 to 149. the dollar amount that the city pays towards those boots went from 70 to 150. So those two things combined caused the price to increase, obviously. And so that increased our bid cap that would, on the cap, when we prepared this a couple of years ago, it was, there were, 102 people and the reimbursement was $70 per person. The way it works is the employee, they would get boot mobiles that come from the vendor, they come on site, they provide the boots, and the employee picks a pair of boots. Previously, the city would pay up to $70 and the employee had to pay whatever the extra cost was. Now the city will pay up to $150 for those boots. If the boots are more expensive, the employee covers that cost. We're also requesting a 2-year extension on the term with this company. What we found is that they're very accommodating. The employees are very satisfied with the quality of their products. And when they didn't have them on hand, if they ordered them, they could order them right in the truck. And they were coming in really within 2 business days, but in some cases within a business day. So the quality of the service and the boots was very pleasing to the employees. So we recommend a 2-year extension.
So, Director, how do you justify to us and the taxpayers how this bid goes from 2023, the award was $7,210, the spend was $3,920. In 2020, I'm sorry, that was 23 through 24. 24 to 25, the award was $6,930, and the spend was $3,427. Now, I know you said that the contract increased the spend from 70,000 to 150. I'll ask that question about the 150 in a minute. I don't want to go off track. Even if we double the amount of people getting boots and go from 102 to 204, and we double the price of the previous awards, how do you justify almost $60,000 of a line item that you're looking for us to approve?
We make the calculation today the way we did it before. We just count the number of people who are eligible, the number of positions that are eligible, multiply it by the 70, or now the $150, and make that their request. If we don't reach that amount each year, then it just goes back into the general fund. It'll return to the general fund, but we don't want to come in short on the chance. And we know that we're never going to get 100% participation. Some of the positions are vacant when the boot truck comes around. But that's the calculus we use. I'll also say that we did have money left over, and I just found out that when I put this together, I didn't realize that we could apply the last 2 years carryover to this year. So the need for the current fiscal year for this latest bill, we can amend that, I believe. I talked to Francis about this to about, I think it was $970,000 for this current fiscal year, because we have carryover from the last 2 years. But for coming 2 years, it's a simple calculus. The number of eligible positions times the dollar amount per person. And if we don't reach that, and we probably won't, then the extra money will go back into the general fund.
But it's still a commitment that we have to make. And what you're asking for is somewhere in the vicinity of 6 to 7 times more than we've ever committed to this. Even if I combine the 2 previous years, we're talking 14,000.
Yeah, the participation was lower the last 2 years. This year, we haven't paid the bill yet, but the truck has come and the company's waiting. This year, we had at least 113 participants of the 149. So that's a big increase of the number of people who participated. So that's why we're at.
Yeah, I know. I see the numbers, and the percentage you're talking about increases and the percentage I'm talking about increases are like this. It's like two different things. In any event, so this 70 to 150, does that mean that if someone buys a pair of boots, regardless of the price, they receive a reimbursement of 150, or do they have to submit a receipt showing the price of the boots are 125?
The employee buys the boot from the company and or purchases the boot from the company. It was $70. The city would pay $70, so that the company would charge the city $70. If that boot was more expensive, the employee would have to pay for it there by check, cash, or credit card. So now, in the 116 some odd employees who went to the boot truck this year, they would get whatever boot they selected. The city paid up to $150, and if it's less than $150, the employee doesn't pay anything. But if it's over $150, the employee makes up the difference.
Okay, so the invoice comes to the city.
Yeah, we
Okay.
pay up to $150.
Okay. Any questions from members of the committee? Councilman Muto.
Hi, Director. Quick question on the math here. So I get the 150. How many employees are eligible for the reimbursement?
149.
Under the new contract, 149.
Okay, so just doing quick math here, 149 times 150 is 22,350?
Yes.
Okay. And how much is the bid for?
Well, in this year, this year it's 15,070 because we went over our bid cap. And in the subsequent 2 years, it's for exactly that amount, the 22,350.
Okay, so 2 years, it's 44,700. And the difference is your overage? I'm just trying to figure out where.
Yes, the difference is the overage as a result of the contract change.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
The contract change, what was the effective date of that?
The collective bargaining agreement was ratified, was approved by council in late January of this year, and it went retroactive to July 1, and we had held off on getting the boots until the contract was, so we would usually have them come in November thereabouts, but because we didn't have an approved contract, we didn't know what we would be reimbursing, so we waited until, I forget when it came, but it was certainly after. It must have been in February because we didn't ratify the contract, or the council didn't approve the contract until I think January 28th.
And we had that much, and we had that much of a gap. We had that much overage from going from 102 to 149
That's
in the last couple of months.
Yeah, that's the delta for this fiscal year.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilman Knapp, did you have any? So, Director, what overage can we have? You said we have people eligible. There's 149 employees eligible for these boots. That 149 was retroactive back to July 1st for the current budget, right?
Yes,
2025?
yes.
And this budget goes out through 2027. So how many, we're talking what, 2 years or 3 years?
No, we're requesting a 2-year extension on the original approval for Safeguard Company.
And you're asking for an additional 15,000 because of overage?
Because of the difference between the last agreement and
Okay.
the current agreement. the successor agreement.
Yeah, I'm struggling with the numbers. Even if, first of all, we've never had 100% usage on these boots.
Right.
Not since I've been here, which is going on 13 years, never. And we've had apparently less in 23, 24, and 24, 25. We've had less. You explained about the difference in the numbers, but as of July 1st for this current year, they still, up until January, would have gotten a reimbursement of 70 if they bought the boots until the contract changed, right?
Well, we didn't have the boots come in until after the contract was ratified because they would have been giving them, because it went back to, it was retro to July. So if we had the boot company come in and we paid $70 and then the contract was approved by council, then we would have had to go back and redo it. So we waited until we had a definitive answer on what the number would be. I think I understand your issue, and I conferred with the purchasing agent before this meeting. I didn't realize there was the additional money left over from years 1 and 2 on this particular bid. I believe we did the numbers, and I'm going to ask her to correct me if I'm wrong. If we, for this year, for this fiscal year, increase the bid amount, the bid cap by, I think it was $970, I'll say $1,000, that should cover our payment for this fiscal year that's actually sitting on my colleague's desk waiting to be paid.
Any other questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Do we have any questions from members of the public? Do we have any questions from members of the public? All right. Director, I'm going to keep an eye on this, and we'll see how this plays out. Eventually, will be coming back to us again, I'm sure. Moving on, number 8, 2026-034, found on page 44.
Chris Moretti, Public Works. Again, requesting to make an amendment to this bid. When the letter was written and submitted for the docket, it has the incorrect amount. This bid was being awarded for 2 years. It has an amount for only 1 year. So we're requesting to make an amendment from $50,000 to $100,000 for the 2-year period.
Christy, what was the amount for the previous 2 years?
It wasn't the current bid that we're in right now is a 1-year bid, and it was $50,000.
Okay, for 1-year bid, okay. Any questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Do we have any questions from members of the council? Do we have any questions from members of the public? Are there any questions from members of the public? Hearing none, this will receive a PCR 73-25, and that will, I'll need a motion to 74-25. I will need a motion to
Motion to move
increase.
favorable action to increase the spending to $100,000.
Do we have a second? We have a motion. We have a second. All those in favor on the
Aye.
amendment?
Aye.
I agree.
Motion to move favorable action
Move favorable
as
action
amended.
as amended. Second. We have a motion. We have a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Okay, the rest of these items are under the $50,000 cap, which means that members of the committee, members of the council, and members of the public have an opportunity to pull out any items that you wish to have answered or questions on. Are there any from members of the committee? Okay. Solicitor, I'm going to reach back over to you. I want to go back to item number 2023-154. And I have, I'm going to call on Councilman Napper.
Thank you, Chairman. Just like to request a PCR on this. I want to move this to the council floor and with a recommendation to hold until we get the numbers right. We're moving credits back and forth around. If you know what those are, presumably, I would say then we can just come back next council meeting with the accurate bid number and we can put it through at that time. I don't think there's anything. Time is pressing, I don't believe, right?
No, I think that if we take the carryover from, your points are well made, the carryover from years 1 and 2, apply it to the third year, I think we could amend year 1, I'll say to $1,000, not the 1,500. I wasn't aware that we had the carryover from years 1 and 2. My assumption was it went back to the general fund. I'm mistaken on that. It's credited to the account, if you will. So I believe that if we amend year 1 to $1,000, that would, with the carryover from with this year's, with the carryover from the previous 2 years, that would be sufficient. And with regard to the next 2 years, like I say, we always cost it out for 100% participation, knowing that it's going to be less than 100% participation. However, if this year's numbers are any indication, where we had 40 or 50 people doing it in years past, because they're only getting the $7, and this year it pumped up to 116, I think we're going to get much closer to that 142 maximum number.
So if I'm understanding you correctly, if we take the 44,700 that you're expected to spend in fiscal 26 and fiscal 27, simply add $1,000 to it and amend this contract to be 45,700, that should cover?
I would put that differently. Going on this year's numbers alone and the carryover from the last 2 years, I would say that in fiscal 25, that number of 1,000 or 15,070, because we have carryover, we can amend that to $1,000. That will cover this fiscal year because we have the carryover from the previous.
Councilman Napper, I'm going to concur with you because the numbers, they're all over the place. And we go from spending like less than 3,500 to now looking for 59,770. And I think that we should have an accurate breakdown and accounting for this. So Councilman Napper, is that a motion you're making?
Yeah, I would like to hold this till we get accurate numbers and then we can put through a contract that's accurate to what we actually need.
I'll second that motion. Before I move for the vote to the solicitor, the item PCR for 7425 has already been assigned to 2026-34. So is it accurate to say that this next one will become PCR 75-25? It's a bit out of order? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion to hold till the next meeting, Councilman Napper?
It's motion to hold to the next meeting.
Okay, we're in discussion on motion, by the way. Okay, so to hold till June 16th, I believe that's the next meeting. Okay, we have motion by Councilman Napper, seconded by myself on PCR 75 to hold until June 16th. Do we have any further discussion? Is there any discussion or comments from members of the council? Any discussion or comments, questions from members of the public? Please.
We can touch base later.
Ian Sheridan again. I have a question about this carryover that's proposed. So my understanding is that at the end of each fiscal year, the city has a surplus, hopefully, or a deficit. So at the end of the fiscal year, there should be no carryovers in any budget because that just moves to the year-end fiscal year. So I don't know how department would anticipate spending money that should have reversed out of their budget and moved into some other account for the future. I'm missing something, I guess, in the city's finances.
And I also share that concern, because when we approve dollars and cents, and at the end of the year, I'm told that, well, it's just going to roll over to the general fund if we don't use them. That is a concern.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Sir. Chief?
Hi, Bill Facenti, Chief of Staff. There is no carryover. The director misspoke. It's spending authority, room in the spending authority. That's what he meant. There's no carryover of funds. They go back into the general fund. It's just, that's how it works. The director misspoke.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. Okay, do we need a motion on PCR 75-25? That's what I said. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Okay, let's go back to the items under the 50,000. Any items from the committee that you would like withheld? Councilman Napper? I'm sorry, Muto?
Item number 12, 2026, 054.
What number? Number 12? Okay. Okay. Go ahead.
And number 17.
12, PCR
20
25, 482.
Madam Clerk, were you asking about the first item that Councilman Muto pulled, or the second?
I asked that if you would get on the mic, please, because I can't hear you.
Okay. So the first item Councilman Muto pulled is item number 12, 2026-054, portable toilets and wash stations. The second item that he pulled is number 17, 2025-482, refurbished Zamboni for City Hall. Okay. Are there any others from members of the committee? Anyone from the council? Any items members of the council would like to have pulled? Are there any items members of the public would like to have pulled for discussion? Any items from members of the public? Okay, I am going to request item number 9, 2025-040. Item number 10, 2025-041. Item number 14, 2025-424. And item number 15, item number 15, 2025-473. No. And item number 22, 2025-480. All right, we'll start with item number 9, 2025-040, found on page 55. Christie, on this item, have there been any price increases to this?
We're requesting a 612 to extend the contract for an additional year, so the vendor will have to hold the pricing that exists in the current contract. So no.
Okay. And I'm asking that because I didn't see a copy of the current contract in this bid package. Okay, so they will be holding the price.
Yes.
Okay, number 2025-041, HVAC services, found on page, I'm sorry, did I identify that one out separate?
Yes.
Okay, I didn't check it off. Found on page 59. True.
It's okay, we don't matter.
Any other questions? Of course you matter, Councilman Napper. Any questions from the committee on street striping? Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public? Do we have any questions from members of the public? Hearing none, we'll move on to item number 10, 2025-041, found on page 59. So, Christie, the contract you had for 12-month period was $80,000, right?
Correct.
And if we divide that out by 12 months, that means you're going to be spending $19,000 over a very brief period of time. And is that money already committed?
About $9,000 of it is.
How much?
9,000.
And are there any other encumbrances?
Not at the moment.
Okay. And in your encumbrances, according to the Munis report, this is back in late May, you had encumbrances in late May of $112,438.76. What are those encumbrances?
For this vendor or this bid?
I'm sorry?
That would be impossible. We can't go over our bid cap.
Let me just check the Munis report here. I'm sorry, you are correct. The report I had was code 41331.
So not everything in those budget codes is committed to this particular bid. There's a multitude of other things that are expended from those codes.
Right. Okay. Okay, thank you. Councilman Muto. I'm sorry, any other questions from members of the committee on this item? Any questions from the council? Any questions from members of the public? Comments or questions from members of the public? Hearing none, moving on to item number 12, 2026-054, Councilman Muto. That's found on page 66.
Hello, Holly Weber, Parks and Recreation.
Hi, just a couple of questions. The term, is it a full year? It ends in May, goes from July to May. Are you trying to sync it up with another agreement?
That bid expires, the MPA expires on April 30th, so we went through the same time that expires.
Oh, so we've had a gap from this past April to July.
We're requesting to go from July through April 30th, and that's when the state bid ends, the MPA expires on the 30th.
Yeah, that's what I was asking. If
Yes.
you were syncing it with that. Okay. And is that a new bid or is that a continuation?
It's continuing.
Continuing. Okay. That's all I had. Thank you.
Any other questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members? Do we have any questions from members of the public? Hearing none, we'll move on to item number 14, 2025-424, found on page 73. Christie, there was some confusion on this bid, which we were notified on, but the description page that we have in our binders that were sent to the vendors, I assume that we drew up this particular document?
Yes.
Okay. Which is why both of the vendors bid on 30 square feet of plywood install instead of 1905. They didn't plug that number into 30, right? That was
Correct.
something that was sent to them. Okay. This spec is calling for specifically plywood. So I'm assuming that means what we're going to be getting is plywood, not OSB board or chipboard or anything like that. It's going to be plywood, right?
Correct.
Is it fir or pine plywood? Do we know?
Pine.
I'm sorry?
Pine.
Pine. And it's 1/2 inch?
I believe so.
Okay. And you have included, excuse me, a letter from the vendor you're proposing on using, committing to the $3.15 per square foot, right?
Correct.
So you're locking him in on that number.
Yes.
Okay. I'm asking that question because there's a huge difference between him, as you know, and the other vendor. So this vendor at $3.15 a square foot, that's about $100 a sheet for plywood installed, which is a fair number. The other vendor is almost $300 a sheet. So that's why I'm asking that question. I want to be sure that the department's going to be holding this vendor to the $3.15 a square foot.
Yes. And
Okay.
if you look at the response that they gave, that their the bid amounts are correct, including the square foot pricing. So they can't, even if they try to do something, or, they can't bill us for the bid.
Sure. For the members of the public who are not aware of the fact, the reason we need the plywood is to go over the asbestos tiles that are on the floor? Is that the reason?
There's some rotting in the subfloor that they have to replace. That's what they have to replace.
Okay.
The tiles are not going to be disturbed. And the tiles are only in the recording side.
And there will be no change orders for removing any asbestos tiles on
No.
this project, right? Okay. Okay. Any questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public? Do we have any questions from members of the public? Thank you, Director. Item number 15, 2025-473.
Good evening, Major Sullivan for the Police Department.
Good evening, Major. Major, in this bid that you've requested, you've called for the tariffs of $2,498. How can you be sure that this ammunition you're looking for isn't in stock in America right now? Because the reason I ask that is General Dynamics Ordinance and Tactical Systems has 27 locations throughout the country. So have you confirmed with them that there is no ammunition in those 27 locations throughout this country?
Yes, to my knowledge, essentially drop shipping. So they order it, it comes from the facility in Quebec, I believe it is, Canada.
Right.
And it comes to us directly from there. It's not sitting in a warehouse somewhere in the United States.
Okay. All right, any questions from members of the committee? Questions from members of the council? Questions from members of the public? Do we have any questions from members of the public? Hearing none, we will move on to item number 17, 2025-482, Councilman Muto.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hello.
Hello.
So the way I understand this is the Zamboni for the ice rink out back.
Correct.
All right. And instead of going and purchasing a new one at 116, you're deciding to refurbish an existing?
Correct.
Okay. Has that always been in the plans?
I don't believe so. I think originally the plan was to purchase a new Zamboni, but having this third one on site at Warburton Arenas, I had the vendor come down and evaluate it prior to us requesting to have it fixed. He came out, it started right up after the battery was replaced. We do have to have it towed to his facility so he can do the work on it. But he said it's a great machine for an outdoor rink. He said doesn't recommend buying a new one for an outdoor rink. So that's why we're presenting this request tonight.
Okay. No, great job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councilman. Thank you, Christie, because that was going to be one of my questions. So, in fact, this vendor has had a hands-on inspection on this piece of equipment, and he is the one that provided this materials list
Yes.
to do these repairs.
Yes.
How long has this machine been in storage?
It's probably been in storage for 3 years.
A year?
3.
3
Probably.
years.
Yeah.
And was the hope to be able to revitalize this thing? And
Originally, the
Reincorporate?
plan was to surplus it on the forum that the purchasing agent uses. But when it came up that we needed a Zamboni for this facility, and being that a new one is $117,000 as well as 16 months out, I suggested maybe having this one evaluated, which is what we did. And so for $11,000, this will be a great machine for the new ice rink.
Sure. Did you happen to check out a machine on that government bids thing that we've done some stuff with?
I did do a quick search on the internet, but a lot of the machines that I saw were in Canada, which in itself presents a problem.
Makes sense. Where will this machine be stored?
When it's returned or just in general?
No, once it's put into use at the ice rink.
There's a building. So part of the building that they're going to put behind the actual surface, there's a building where it will be stored.
Is that an existing building or a new building that goes along with the project?
It's a new building with
It's a
the
new
project.
building.
Yes, it still has to be constructed.
And that new building, the cost of that new building was part of
Yes.
the price for that ice rink? Okay. You already stated that we had to bring the machine to them, correct?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Okay. Any other questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public? Do we have any questions from members of the public? Hearing none, we will move on. $2025-480, Magnetic Forensic Training Annual. That's found on page 113.
Major Sullivan for the police department.
So Major, this is it's an online course that the officers will take. It's over a 12-month period. Do they, at their own will, pursue this?
Yes, self-paced over 12 months. I believe there's 10 or 12 courses within that time period. Some are completely autonomous and some are instructor-led virtually if they opt to use that version of training. And we've had other officers go through it or currently going through it.
And when the officer completes this training, I assume that the police department gets notice of such and what the grade is, et cetera?
Yes.
Okay. And was this paid in 2025 fiscal year, or is this being paid out of 2026 fiscal year?
This is a 2025 bid number, so it'll be FY25 funds.
So to be paid out of 2025
Yes.
budget? Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
That's all I have. Any questions on this item from the committee? Any questions from the council? Do we have any questions from members of the public? Any questions from the members of the public? Okay. Next item we have is PCR 58-25, formerly. Okay. I need a motion on the entire consent calendar.
Motion to move favorable action.
We have a motion, we have a second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Item PCR 58-25, formerly 2025-419, food truck services for various city events.
Good evening, Bill Facente, Chief of Staff. The administration is requesting to withdraw this bid. The sole qualified vendor that bid on the project withdrew his bid. So we're
Okay.
going to go back out and revisit this later.
I'm sorry, what was the last?
We're going to revisit this later.
Okay, great. And I'd like to be involved with you on that too, please. Any questions from members of the committee? We need a motion to withdraw PCR 58-25.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion to withdraw. We have a second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. That ends the city committee meeting at 6:20 PM. Finance committee meeting.
Is this next? It would be.
Next up, we have the Ordinance Committee.
All right. Time is now 6:22. Ordinance Committee is now in session. Okay, first order of business is to accept the minutes for our committee meeting held on May 5th, 2025. Do I have a motion?
Move favorable.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, 4-0, motion passes. Now, moving on to the first item of business, PCO 11-25, an ordinance to prohibit parking on the southerly side of Staples Avenue from the intersection of Midgley Avenue southeastwards to 70 Staples, docketed by Councilman Kirby, and this is for second passage. Any discussion from the members of the committee on this item? Any discussion from the members of the full council? Any questions or discussions from the members of the public? Seeing none, do I have a motion to move favorable actions for second passage?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
4-0, motion passes. Second item of business, PCO 14-25, an ordinance amending Section 2-16 of the Code of Ordinances to codify the City of Warwick's tax classification plan provided in the general laws 44-5-67.1 through 44-5-67.3, docketed by Councilman Sinapi on behalf of Mayor Pacozzi. And Chief, we'll hear you.
Good evening, Bill Vicente, Chief of Staff to Mayor Pacozzi. I'm going to let Neil Dupuy, the tax assessor, handle this as it's his, pretty much his ordinance, and I'm not sure I'll address it correctly.
Good evening. Neil Dupuy, Director of Assessing. Most of what is being done here is housekeeping. There were some things in the ordinance that needed to be corrected to bring us in compliance with what the state law says. We did also recently get approval from the state to amend our classification at the state level, essentially just unlocking the two tax rates, and there's no percentage-based off of residential like there was before. So the main impact of this legislation, or ordinance, I should say, is to put a little bit of guardrails on it. What we want to do is use the same premise that we had before in the state law, but not have to keep going back to the state every 2 years or 3 years when we need to make changes. So this ordinance would limit the commercial tax rate to being twice the amount of the residential tax rate. And I'll answer any other questions that you may have.
Director, so that you feel that that gives you the appropriate amount of flexibility that you were looking for when we first discussed sending this up to the state?
For this tax year, yes. You know, it depends on what happens in the market going forward, but it's a lot easier to have the discussion here locally, set a tax policy that is directly related to Warwick, and make those changes if we need to, rather than having to submit legislation every time.
Okay, and just for a point of clarity, this also requires the same type of level of approval as the budget, I believe, where it would have to be approved by council.
Well, I think going forward, our budget resolution would contain some language in it, so we don't have to have a two-step thing, but because the budget was passed previously, it's a little bit different in this year. So yes, it would be the council in this case, but if otherwise we're in compliance, this wouldn't come up every year.
So the approval would be inclusive of what our budget looks like? Yeah. Okay. I have no further questions. Are there any other questions from the members of the committee? Seeing none, any questions? Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Director, I just want to reiterate on Chairman's question that when these changes are made, that is something that will be coming before the City Council for approval, these percentage changes?
Yes, but normally I'll have that conversation during the budget cycle. But because we didn't have the authority at the state level to do any different, that wasn't part of this year's conversation. So we won't have to do it as a two-stage thing like we have to this year. But, you know, based on the budget resolution as it was passed, the intent was to set the commercial percentage the same percentage of the levy as it was last year, with the only added restriction here is that the rate can't be more than 2 times the residential rate.
So I haven't received any notice, but I'm assuming that the resolution that went to the General Assembly to allow the city to do this, that passed?
It has, both the House and the Senate.
Both, and has that been signed by the governor?
I don't know that it's been presented yet, but.
Okay.
No, Mr. Chairman, if I may interject, the bills are in crossing pattern, so they have had positive momentum. It appears that they will be resolved in a timely manner. The legislature has a few more weeks expected to be in, and would go to the governor accordingly. But our timeline would likely follow their action to make sure. So this is for first passage tonight, even if the council wanted to advance it for unanimous consent for the next meeting, we would likely have resolution or the signal of where it is at the state level. But it's intended to be a cleanup resolution to work in harmony with the prior resolution requested by the council, reflecting the budget as passed by this council, and the state doing their cleanup work for us as well, so that we have a little more control rather than always having to petition them to change this as has occurred over the last few years.
So with this flexibility that the city would have to change rates, do you think that would pose budgetary problems for businesses who are trying to forecast their expenses over, say, a 3-year or a 5-year period? At least the way things are today, I don't agree with the split that we currently have. As you know, I voted against that. But with that said, at least businesses who have to, in the private sector, who have to formulate their budgets and forecasts, wouldn't that pose some difficulties for them?
No, just the opposite. So the key thing for a business owner is typically stable, steady increases if there are any increases, but to keep their expenses as stable as possible. What happens with the reevaluation is if the commercial values don't keep pace with the residential values, they might see a reduction one year, but the following year it's going to go back up. So instead of swinging, what we want to do is kind of build that curve so that it has slow and steady increases that follow the budget rather than following the values that take place.
Okay, that certainly was a big concern of mine. And with that said, if the proposal that the administration brings before the city council, if we disagree with that number or whatever it is, we simply send you back to the drawing board, correct?
Well, I think whatever the budget resolution is going forward, that would be the council's directive to how I have to implement it at that point. Like I said, it's a little different this year because we didn't quite have things in place yet. Okay. But in a typical year, that would be.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Chairman. Any other members of the council wish to address this issue? Seeing none, any members of the public? Any questions or comments? Ms. Sheridan? If you could just identify yourself again for the record, please.
Ann Sheridan, and you know that I was going to be here on this issue, obviously. So the first question I have is, when did this go to the General Assembly?
Probably a little more than a month ago.
I guess I missed that meeting. Okay, so I get back to the same issue that I mentioned before. I think whatever happens needs to be based to an assessment date that triggers the revaluation or updates. I think you're giving the administration too much leeway that you really don't have control over. I understand what Neil's saying, but I still think that when the bills go out this year, there should be a ratio established, and the administration should not have any flexibility into changing or skewing a rate on commercial for the next year and the year after that, or however many years after that. I just think there needs to be more balance and more fixture. And while you may have an opportunity to cancel the budget or to send the budget back for review, in the end, the bottom line is going to be the same thing. It's going to be a residential rate, and then the commercial rate's going to start out at probably being, I'm guessing, 1.75, because the current rate was, 57% of or 67% of the residential. So if we're going down this road, the intent is to make sure that it's at least that plus more, because the residential values have increased so much. So there's a need to balance the budget. And I just think that there needs to be more control, and I think the council deserves more control. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sheridan. Any other members of the public wish to be heard on this PCO? Seeing none, do I have a motion?
Move.
Favorable action.
Second.
I have a motion for favorable action in a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, with that, the ordinance committee stands adjourned at 6:33.
All right, so before we move on with committees, we're going to convene into the full council, given the time and given that there's a few items that need to be addressed first before moving back to committees. So as of 6:34 p.m., clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Snappy.
Here.
Mr. DeLuise.
Here.
Mr. Foley.
Here.
Mr. Gephardt. Mr. Kirby. Mr. Lattiser.
Here.
Mr. Muno.
Here.
Mr. Napa.
Here.
Mr. Ricks.
Here.
9 present.
Councilman Napa can please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. And now for the national anthem, we have a special guest that Councilman Foley will likely want to introduce.
Thank you, and thank you to the city council and the president for inviting this fine young lady here. I know her personally. She is my granddaughter. She is a student at St. Kevin's School, soon to graduate, and she is going to honor us with her rendition of the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And just checking. All right. Does anyone see Representative Bennett anywhere? All right, not yet. So in that case, general communications, do we have anything for Oh, thank you. Announcements of congratulations, condolences, or community events. Anyone? Seeing none. Next is executive communications. Seeing none. Moving on to acceptance of minutes from the council meeting held on May 5th, 2025. Does anyone have any objection to approving the minutes as presented? Oh. You should object because we have to amend. Do we have a motion to amend the minutes from May 5th?
Make a motion to amend?
Motion made by Councilman Gebhardt, seconded by Councilman Lattiser. Solicitor?
Same amendment as reflected in committee?
Yes.
So noted.
Anyone have any questions or comments on the amendment? Seeing none, all in favor of the amendment?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, so that's accepted unanimously. Minutes for May 14th, 2025. Does anyone have any objection to approving them as is? Seeing none, they are approved. And May 19th, 2025 minutes, is there any objection to those being approved as presented? Seeing none, so approved. And May 22nd, 2025 minutes. Any objection to them being approved as presented? Seeing none, so approved. All right. And looks like next we have executive session.
Excuse me, Council President?
Yep.
I need to recuse myself from the vote on May 5th. I wasn't here.
Does anyone have any objection to Councilman Mito changing his vote to recusal from May 5th, 2025? Seeing none, let the record so reflect. And so next we have executive session. Does anyone move to go into executive session? And I assume your motion is pursuant to the Rhode Island General Laws 42465A2 to convene executive session regarding pending litigation, specifically Fava v. City of Warwick, case number 1:19-CB00582, and Broomfield v. City of Warwick, case number 1:24-CV-00444.
Correct.
Correct. And who seconded that? My apologies. Councilman
Councilman
Gebhardt,
Mito.
Councilman Mito. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Any abstentions? Seeing none, we can go into executive session. Council stands in executive session and we will return shortly. So first, going to defer to the solicitor.
The Warwick City Council convened an executive session pursuant to Rhode Island General Laws 42465A2 regarding the pending litigation of Fava v. City of Warwick, case number 1:19-CV-00582, and Broomfield v. City of Warwick, case number 1:24-CV-00444. There were 4 votes taken. All were unanimously approved, 2 of which were a motion to seal the minutes, and the other, another being the motion to reconvene. That is the report on the executive session.
All right, so we are back to the full council, and unless there's any objection, I'd like to first handle the item up for unanimous consent, as we have a representative from the General Assembly and a colleague of his to help answer any questions or and explain the resolution before us. So is there any objection to addressing the item up for unanimous consent, specifically PCR 70-25, a resolution requesting the General Assembly to support H5 634 and S11 for the Defending Affordable Prescription Drug Cost Act? Seeing no objection to hearing the item and hearing it out of order, we can go ahead and, being waved at. Good.
I need a report. Mr. President, on this matter, I'm going to be recusing out of an abundance of caution. I don't want my appearance or involvement to be an appearance of any conflict of interest. So with that, I'll be recusing from this matter.
Alrighty, and if you could just, or hopefully that mic's on, if you can just introduce yourself for the record and then have at it as far as helping us understand what this item is.
Thank you, Council President, members of the council. My name is Lisa Tomaso. I am the Senior Vice President at the Hospital Association of Rhode Island. I appreciate this opportunity to be before you and help you make a decision to support this very important piece of legislation that is before the Rhode Island General Assembly this legislative session. The Defending Affordable Prescription Drugs Cost Act relates to a program called 340B. That is a federal program that was established in the 1990s by the federal government in order to generate savings for hospitals and health centers that serve a disproportionate or high volume of uninsured and underinsured individuals in communities. In Rhode Island, we have 4 hospitals that qualify for these 340B savings. That would be Kent Hospital right here in your community, Women and Infants, Landmark Medical Center, and Rhode Island Hospital, our state's only Trauma One, serving a high volume of uninsured and Medicaid eligible individuals. Also, all of the health centers in Rhode Island are also participants in the saving program. The legislation puts a restriction on manufacturers from being able to siphon those savings off for their own benefit. About 5 years ago, manufacturers, actually in 2021, so about 4 years ago, as Rhode Island and the nation was facing a pandemic and the healthcare system was struggling to keep itself afloat, manufacturers changed their policies and procedures and put in place some restrictions on where these affordable drugs could be delivered, the pharmacies that they could be delivered to. This practice proliferated itself over the last 5 years and has really reached a breaking point, ciphering tens of millions of dollars out of the Rhode Island healthcare system. And this legislation will put a stop to that. This legislation has been tried in the courts and has been found has been upheld. And so we feel very confident that in passage of this legislation, Rhode Island health centers, as well as the 4 hospitals that I mentioned, will be able to recoup the savings that have been siphoned away from them and continue to be able to provide high quality medical services to our most vulnerable populations here in Rhode Island, and particularly in the Warwick area, given that Kent Hospital is so vital to this community. If you have any questions, I'm certainly happy to answer them for you.
Councilman Lattiser?
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for joining us this evening and making this presentation. My initial reaction to this was very favorable. It still remains optimistically favorable. However, in doing some research on this over the weekend, there were some things that came to my attention that are of concern, and I would need to hear how the General Assembly, per se, will deal with this. And one of the items I'm looking at right now, it says, by the numbers, 340B continues to climb and profits dwindle with patient support. The 340B drug pricing program was designed to help vulnerable patients access medications they may not be able to afford. But this program has strayed from its original purpose. Large hospitals are using the 340B program to increase their profits with little evidence patients are benefiting. So this report just goes on, and there's several of them that I found with almost no effort. So speak to that. I need to hear something
Certainly.
that will detract from this type of thing.
I'd be happy to. So I know that those claims have been made, and I certainly cannot speak for what has happened in other states. Like with all programs, there is always a bad actor somewhere. However, I can speak for the program as it exists in Rhode Island, and I can tell you that over the last 4 years, actually between 2022 and 2024, hospitals collectively lost $259 million. That's a negative operating margin of $259 million. So I use that because I say that to you, not because I want to shock you in the amount of money that has been lost by hospitals, but as a retort to the statement that hospitals in some way are actually benefiting monetarily and in a way that was not intended by the program. The savings that are generated through this program are used in order to ensure that folks in Rhode Island who cannot afford to access drugs do have access to them. But not only the drugs, the savings are also used to ensure that patients have the opportunity to access treatment. The treatment that's provided to them free of charge at many of our hospitals, and the same is true in our health centers here in Rhode Island.
So, do you know of any protocols that are in place for accountability? So XYZ Hospital gets $30 million worth of 340B medications, et cetera. Is there an accountability that they would be required, whether it's a hospital or a medical facility or a senior living, whatever, that says, okay, we bought 10,000 of these particular items for 30 cents a piece, and we're selling them for 35 cents a piece, as opposed to the full pricing. What is the mechanism that we have here in Rhode Island that is going to make us different from what I'm reading that's occurring in other states?
So that's a very good question, and I appreciate you asking it to me. It's very timely. So one of the mechanisms, the first stop mechanism, is the reporting that we do to the federal government. That reporting is done on a regular basis. But in addition to that, Rhode Island, in looking at the passage of this legislation, because we have been confronted with a number of accusations by the manufacturers and others that are involved, we are working very closely with the leadership in the General Assembly to establish a series of reporting requirements. Hospitals and health centers are 100% supportive of that level of transparency and accountability. We believe that it's important for you as a council person who wants to endorse something, but it's also important to the program. People need to be responsible with the funds that they have been allowed to access and use them appropriately. And so we have no problem with that level of transparency and look forward to the final version of this legislation as it's moving through the General Assembly this session.
And do you know if any, let's say, sidestep of these required accounting practices are discovered, if there are any legal penalties in place as yet?
So there are penalties that you would pay at the federal level when breaches are recognized or appear through an audit, yes.
And who would be the entity that would be doing this oversight and accountability? Who is the entity that would be doing that?
So I would want to be clear about oversight because there is a distinction between Rhode Island statute and federal law. And we want to be very careful that we are not enacting legislation that would support manufacturers' position that state law preempts the federal law would preempt any ability of the state to enact legislation prohibiting them from these actions. So we are working towards legislation that would provide reporting requirements by the entities to the state. The entity that would collect that information has not been finalized yet, but we are working closely to do that. And I guess that's it. If we were not to file our reports appropriately, that rules and regulations would be established by the agency in charge that would create some type of a penalty. It would not carry the same level of, and that would be on whether or not we report. That would not carry the same level of penalty as if we had in some way breached the program itself. Breaching the program itself does have significant penalties at the federal level.
Are you aware of any oversight, any audit procedures that will be in place where at random XYZ hospital is going to receive an audit from whatever this entity is to ensure compliance with this?
So the federal government has the authority to audit. We are required to audit with the federal government, and the manufacturers have the ability to call for an audit at any time that they see fit.
But what about the state? Will the state have any, do they have any intent to set up a random audit inspection?
So we're going to be required to report to them on an annual basis. It's not a biannual or every so many years. So they will be looking at our records on an annual basis. The necessity for a surprise audit, I don't know what benefit necessarily that would be if we're providing them with this information that they've requested on an annualized basis. And it will also be public-facing information, so the public, yourself included, and even other state agency leads are free to look at that information and use it as they see fit.
And that information that would be provided, I assume, would consist of a complete accounting of any medications that were received by the entity versus what was dispersed or dispensed, versus what the charges were for those particular medications, and that would kind of like be the balance sheet, right? Something like that.
Yeah, it would be about what you've taken in and what's gone out.
Okay.
What I can't tell you exactly what the finalized list will be, but in working with leadership and others, it is a pretty exhaustive list that we will be that we think is important, we agree is important for the integrity of the program to be maintained here in Rhode Island.
Mm-hmm. These things that we just discussed, is that something that will be promulgated into the proposed legislation, or something that's done after the fact?
No, this, what we are discussing now is something that will be coming forward in a substitute amendment for the current piece of legislation, so that the legislation passes as one full integrated package of both requirements for pharmaceutical manufacturers to prohibit them from imposing these contract pharmacy restrictions, as well as responsibility for entities, covered entities, to report their information on drugs and costs.
Well, thank you for that information, and thank you for being so prepared. Thank you, Mr. President.
Do any, Councilman Napa?
I believe Councilman Gebhardt had a question. Defer. Thank you. Just a couple of points of clarity. When you speak to the hospital deficits that they run, that's contemplating after they expend millions and millions of dollars to their bonus structures, to their administrations. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And this program, my understanding is that the consumer, the patients, do not receive any direct benefit whereby they're not getting rebates on medications that they may receive, or any refunds as far as copays or anything to that nature, correct?
I'm not sure that if I heard you correctly, the patients most certainly benefit from this program.
Monetarily benefit. My point is that the benefit that the patients and members of the public are receiving are buy-in through the hospital's ability to fund patient care programs with this money, right?
It is, the benefit to yes, that there are programs that are available in the community, but it also provides individuals with discounted drugs.
Okay.
So they are getting the direct benefit of some of the cost savings on prescriptions. Some individuals are eligible through these programs for free drugs.
Got you. Are there any community health centers that are involved in this program as well?
All of them in Rhode Island.
Every single one?
Every single one.
Okay. And then when you spoke, just my last question, when you spoke about Rhode Island Hospital being a participant, does that inclusive of the whole Brown healthcare group, or just Rhode Island
No.
Hospital specifically?
Just Rhode Island
So
Hospital.
Miriam, Newport are not included?
They are not.
That's all.
Councilman Gebhardt?
Ms. Tomaso, was it?
Yes.
Thank you very much for coming tonight and for the information. Super helpful, good education for all of us. This is one of two items here tonight that are really statewide legislation that obviously get a lot of interest. I'm just not confident that this is the right venue to have this discussion. I think you're covering very important topics. And up at the State House, you have the benefit of having folks come and testify and hear both sides of the issue. Here, we only have the benefit of hearing from you, which is wonderful. But I don't think we have anywhere near the time or the information to make an educated, informed decision. So while I am grateful that you're here tonight, and this does sound like something that would be helpful, I personally won't be supporting this. I also won't be supporting the other statewide piece of legislation that we will hear tonight, because it is my opinion, which I hope I can get more of my colleagues on board with, that there are pressing matters before the city council that directly impact the citizens and the residents of the city of Warwick. While I mean, there are many other things happening in the world, at the state level, at the federal level, at the international level, we certainly can't weigh into every single one of those. And so I think we need to be very cautious about the types of statewide issues that we weigh into. There are examples of several that I can think of where the state legislation directly impacts either our ability to govern in the city of Warwick, directly impacts the wallet of the residents of Warwick in a way that it doesn't impact everyone else in the state in the same way. And so for me personally, I'm looking to draw a line for us of what we should weigh into and what we should not. And for me, as much as I appreciate everything that you've brought and the information that you're presenting, I just don't feel that this is the appropriate place. So thank you.
I appreciate your concern and completely understand it, because there are so many issues that can come before you. I'm not sure exactly who brought this resolution to you for consideration, but I can tell you that the reason why most likely that it was brought to you is because this is legislation that's extremely important to the residents of the city of Warwick. Kent County Hospital is a 340B covered entity, and it is providing care and is providing jobs to thousands of individuals here locally. This particular piece of legislation is critical in order to maintain operations and to be able to continue the expansion of services that are being provided to the most vulnerable people in Kent County. So while I do appreciate, I think that that's the lens for which this particular item was brought to you.
Yeah, and for clarity's sake, I docketed this on request of Representative David Bennett, who asked us to weigh in. And as we all know, we asked him to weigh in on lots of things. So courtesy where such is due. However, Councilman Gebhardt's point is both well taken and all the more poignant given another item on the docket tonight. I know at our next meeting, we're going to address this exact situation as far as if and when we weigh in to these sort of issues. And in all fairness to the two items for us tonight, this isn't the first time we've weighed in to state issues, but it's become apparent, both as Councilman Gebhardt pointed out and just as is obvious to all of us, that we do need to somehow put on some guardrails to if and when we hear things, because otherwise it'll become difficult to do the normal business if we are constantly weighing into things that are outside our purview. And to have to constantly question what does affect us, what doesn't, becomes a frustrating situation, especially when to really know the answer to that, we almost have to be an expert on that topic And we obviously are not. We handle mainly municipality items rather than items that affect the state as a whole. So Councilman Gephardt's point is well taken. Councilman Muto?
Thank you. Thank you, Lisa, for attending. I appreciate all the information. Actually, you pretty much gave half my response, which was items like this, when we're working with our state reps and our state senators within Warwick, and they ask us to listen to some point of views, of course, we're going to listen to them. Of course, we're going to work with them because it does have a direct impact on Warwick and Warwick residents. And this particular resolution is right in our backyard. Kent Hospital has been a great partner, a great community member. Probably half the people in this chamber were born there, and we'll probably die there. So that's another. So, in all seriousness, when it comes to picking the resolutions, I will always be supportive of when our state reps from Warwick and our state senators from Warwick ask us to listen and respond. So, but Councilman Gephardt's comments are also well taken too. We do have a lot of business on the calendars. Thank you.
Yeah, I never heard Councilman Galucci directly weigh in on medical provider specific, but I know my ward is littered with medical providers. I mean that in a good way, despite the use of the word litter. So Councilman Muto's point is quite valid. Are there any other questions or comments from members of the council? All right, because this is before us on unanimous consent and rather than in committee, I have to ask, does anyone, members of the public, have any questions or comments on this item? And for those wondering, it's just like a committee. You're welcome to come up and speak on the particular topic before us. All right, seeing none, do we have a motion one way or another on this item? Motion for favorable action by Councilman Lattiser, seconded by Councilman Muto. Any further questions or comments? Seeing none, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Sinapi?
Yes.
Mr. DeLuise?
Yes.
Mr. Foley? Mr. Gephardt?
No.
Mr. Kirby?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. Muto?
Yes.
Mr. Napa?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Recuse.
7 yes, 1 no, 1 recusal, motion passes.
All right, now we can go back to committees, and I believe we are at intergovernmental.
Good evening. Time is now 7:28 and intergovernmental comes to order. First up, we have acceptance of the minutes from the committee meeting held on May 5th. Is there any objection to approving the minutes from May 5th? Hearing none, minutes are approved.
I need to recuse. Yes.
Next up, we have appointments. These appointments have been before us previously, however, they were not properly noticed, and now they are. First up, from the Historical Cemeteries Commission, we have Mark Brown from Ward 6, and this is a reappointment. Do any members of the committee have any questions or comments on Mr. Brown's reappointment to the Cemeteries Commission? Seeing none, members of the council? Seeing none, members of the public? Members of the public, they don't need to appear for a reappointment. Okay. Do we have a motion?
Motion to move favorable action.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Next up, to the same commission, the Historical Cemeteries Commission, Lisa Corkum of Ward 1. This is also a reappointment. Any members of the committee have any comments or questions? Seeing none, members of the council? Seeing none, members of the public? Seeing none?
Motion to move favorable action.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, next up, same commission, the Honorable Francis Flaherty, Ward 5. Any members of the committee? Comments, questions? Council? Seeing none, members of the public? Any comments on Honorable Francis Flaherty? Appointment to the cemetery, reappointment. Seeing none, do we have a motion?
Motion to move favorable action.
Second.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, if I may, if I need to recuse on this appointment, should I do so now when it comes to the floor?
No, this is just the committee members.
Thank you.
You can do that at the full council meeting.
Do we vote?
No.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And finally, also from the Historical Cemeteries Commission, Alan Golder. Mr. Golder's from Ward 4. This is also a reappointment. Any members of the committee? Council? Public? Any members of the public? Seeing none?
Motion to move favorable action.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. For reappointments to the Historical Cemeteries Commission. And now we have one to the Historic District Commission. I believe this is a new appointment replacing Michael J. Carroll. This is for Arlene J. Chorney from Ward 4. Any members of the committee have any questions? Absolutely.
Well, no,
Councilman
I just-
DeLuise.
I'd like to speak. I spoke with Arlene last week, and her resume is very impressive. She's a long time, she's been on a lot of different commissions, committees, but the resume, I don't know if you gentlemen have seen it, but it's very impressive, and I think she would be a good fit for this position.
Excellent. Thank you. Yeah, we do have a number of historic districts in the city, so the work that this group does is very important. Any other members of the committee? Members of the council? Seeing none, any members of the public? All right, seeing none?
Motion to move favorable action.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, we are complete with appointments. We have one item further before us. I thought I heard something. PCR 5225, a resolution requesting the General Assembly to support constitutional rights to bear arms and oppose the Rhode Island assault weapons ban of 2025, H 5436 and S 359. This was introduced by Councilman Lattiser and also has co-sponsors of Council President Sinapi, Councilman Napa, Councilman Foley, Councilman Muto, Councilman Kirby, and Councilman DeLuise.
Mr. Chairman, if you will, I'd like to make a motion to move this to the full council floor so we can have one continuous discussion
Not opposed?
congruently.
I think we're there already, so. Okay, we have a motion to move this to the council floor.
Second.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We have one more?
Mr. Chairman,
Oh, yeah.
For the members of the public that are here, could you just explain to them what that means? Move to the floor.
My pleasure, Councilman.
Thank you.
So the committee here will conclude our business. We'll all just head back to our seats, and we will hear this item as a full city council with public comment as well. So basically the same deal, but we can conclude the committees first. So last up is PCR 67-25, a resolution requesting the General Assembly amend RIGL 1785 to include the city of Warwick in the list of municipal councils authorized to approve the employment and compensation of local canvassing authorities. This one similarly is co-sponsored by Councilman Lattiser, Sinapi, Foley, Ricks, Napa, DeLuise, Muto, and Kirby. And I think the administration has a statement prepared on this.
Yes. Good evening, Bill Facenti, Mayor Picozzi's chief of staff. Mayor Picozzi is adamantly opposed to this amendment.
We're on to a different item, so thank you.
So again, Mayor Picozzi is adamantly opposed to this piece of legislation. In Warwick, the Board of Canvassers is an entity tasked with overseeing elections, including voter registration, ballot processing, and certifying election results. Its integrity is essential to the public trust in the electoral process. Perceived politicization of the Board of Canvassers, allowing a political body like the City Council to control staffing and salaries creates an appearance of partisan influence over election administration. Even if council is acting in good faith, the optics can erode public confidence in election fairness and neutrality. This is a threat to independent election oversight. Independent boards are a safeguard against undue influence from elected officials who may have a stake in the outcome of elections. Given the council, this power could lead to real or perceived conflicts of interest, such as hiring individuals with political loyalties or adjusting pay to reward or pressure staff. There's also a potential for abuse or retaliation. If the board were to make decisions that displease council members, for example, rejecting ballot challenges or enforcing voter access laws strictly, they could retaliate via staff cuts or budget reductions. There's also an erosion of checks and balances. The structure of election oversight is deliberately designed to keep political influence at arm's length. Currently, we have a Board of Canvassers that is appointed by the council. Members are selected by the political committees. There can be no more than 2 of one particular party. They are appointed and confirmed by the council. You'd be taking away this rule and this power from them. This resolution may disrupt the balance between elected officials and the nonpartisan bodies meant to keep them in check. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Facenti. I'll reserve my comments actually I'll let my colleagues go first. Do you have anything? No. Either of you?
Just to speak on intent of this resolution, by no means is the council trying to usurp the authority of the Board of Canvassers or the Electoral Committee, whomever at the state level appoints people to our Board of Canvassers. However, what the council is seeking to do is to join other communities who already have been empowered in this way to simply stop the state unilaterally being able to leverage budget funds that are allocated towards personnel that the city and the taxpayer ultimately have to pay for. The council, I myself, and I believe my colleagues would agree that it's important that the city maintain control over levels of salaries that would be appropriate for our budget, for the revenue that we have, and to keep it commensurate with other members of the administration in performing similar duties. It stands illogical to me to allow a state agency to extend their reach and to be able to dictate strictly what a city has to pay someone It just seems illogical. Their ability to do that now seems to usurp your authority as the administrative branch, or the executive branch, rather. And I know you disagree, and that's fine. But this just doesn't seem equitable to me to have the state dictate what the executive branch of our local government has to pay.
I have a question.
Yep.
You're referring to the state dictating, I think it's our local board of canvassers, which is made up of 4 Warwick residents appointed, 2 by the GOP and 2 by the Democratic Party in the city. So it is. I didn't want to go too far down that rabbit hole, because I don't think it's someone else coming in and exerting their authority on us so much as an independent appointed body, whose goal is to abstract politics.
Mm-hmm.
You can envision a scenario where the mayor is where there's an election, and certainly the mayor and the administration have the most authority, with them sitting in the room with them, to potentially play shenanigans with the electoral process. So that I think the idea here is that it's abstracted from that. I know this came up. This is a reaction to the budget, where it was identified that there was a raise given to the director, which was authorized and approved by the board and does not require our authorization on that specific action. However, we do have authority both at the party level and at the council level to approve and appoint the members of that board, but there's meant to be some level of abstraction between that board and then the hire fire / what do you get paid for that individual serving in that pretty critical role for our elections. So did you want to add anything?
Yeah, Councilman Napper, there are 3 of the 39 cities and towns that do this.
Correct.
Cranston, Woonsocket, and Coventry.
It's not, but the number's not 0.
Correct, but it's not a majority.
Nobody said majority.
Didn't say the majority.
Right, I understand. So the mayor supports how the Board of Canvassers operates currently. This, as Councilman Gephardt mentioned, came out of the budget meetings. Some individuals on the council were upset at how the board voted in accordance with state law to give an employee, the clerk of the Board of Canvassers, a raise. The administration agreed with it. So, I mean, we feel, and the mayor will fight this in the General Assembly, he will testify against it. This is not something that he supports at all.
If you have anything else, or I can move on.
No, I appreciate your clarity on that. That was what I was getting. I was referencing like the state
The
general
override
law.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Councilman. Any members of the council? Councilman Ricks.
Thank you. I really just see this as a matter of checks and balances here. So the city council, under this resolution, this proposed change, we would not have the power to go and remove members of the Board of Canvassers.
Yes, you would.
Simply a matter of Board of Canvassers are subject to our ratification and approval, and we would have some control over the salaries, but we would not have the ability to remove members of the Board of Canvassers. It's the executive who, I'll allow the chief to speak as to that.
Councilman, as the state law reads currently, the boards of canvassers have the authority to appoint and employ all its necessary clerical and technical assistants and fix the compensation of each person appointed within the limits of funds available to its pursuant to law, provided that in the cities of Cranston, we're going to insert Warwick, and Woonsocket and the town of Coventry, the employment and compensation shall be subject to the approval of the respective city and council. We currently have checks and balances with the Board of Canvassers. Those members are appointed and confirmed by the city council, representative of political parties. So this, as this is written, you would have the ability to remove employees. So you have the ability to appoint and employ. That is not just controlling their salaries.
Could we ask the solicitor to weigh in on that as a legal opinion? Would the council actually have the ability to remove someone from the Board of Canvassers under the legislation as proposed?
Chief, are you indicating that you believe that the board members are employees?
No, it says the appointment and employ of all its necessary clerical and technical assistants, and fix the compensation of each person appointed within the limits of funds available to pursuant to the law. It's the employee.
Right, so the board will still operate independently without guidance from any political or other appointed person. This is seeking to give the flexibility, not mandating that they, it does mandate that it would be required, subject to the approval. So this is asking for the city of Warwick to be included as a few other noted municipalities, that they would have the authority to appoint and employ the personnel supporting the board. It's not dictating the board itself or their actions, but what came up in the budget meeting is that the authority to set compensation is limited only by the availability of funds, and as we know, funds are transferable. And so any effort by the council to address this in such manner, we're not necessarily able to fulfill the intent that the council was trying to gain some authority over, some controls over. But this would allow for the council to have that authority to set the employment and its compensation of the staff, not the board members.
Correct. I wasn't talking about the board members, I was talking about the staff, that the council would have the authority to appoint and employ and set their salaries. And two of the members of the staff are union members, covered by the collective bargaining agreement.
There was some discussion during the budget hearing with regard to the director, that, you know, a workaround, I guess it was positioned as, could be to alter the budget to only make an allowed amount of money available to pay. That was thrown out, but is that even viable? I don't know. What's your opinion?
I'm not offering an opinion on that. That's, according to the administration, that's not viable. It's an administrative function, setting department budgets.
Okay. Any other members of the council have anything to?
So, Chief, I think you're making my point for me. You're saying that setting the compensation, as you and I have had this discussion in other arenas, setting compensation levels, it should be an administrative function. That's pretty much what you just stated.
Correct, but
And
not the
so
council.
We're not suggesting that we set the compensation, but by and through the budget that is presented by the administration, we would approve it rather than having it force-fed by forces outside of the administration and the council's control relative to the budget only. Would it be more palatable, I suppose, if the council didn't have ability to effectuate or approve or disapprove the employment and just compensation? Because I can speak for myself, and I think some of my colleagues would agree that the issue here is that the leverage over the compensation level, which has a direct effect on the budget, not so much the appointments, nor do we have any intention, or I don't have any intention, and I would hope my colleagues don't have any intention of leveraging the personnel that are chosen to function those positions, but just simply to maintain control over the entire budget instead of losing control over one line item.
So as it's written, the council will have the authority to set the compensation. So as it's written, the administration is against it. The administration is in favor of keeping it the way it is, governed by the board in accordance with state law.
The way that I would interpret that is that we would only have the authority to approve, not set.
It says set. fix the compensation. That's set.
Okay.
So again, the administration's against it, keeping it with the current state law that governs the authority.
Understood.
Any other members of the, Councilman Ricks?
How about
Thank
this side of the room?
I'm not actually seeing that language of to fix or to set. I'm looking at the second page, paragraph 4, starting at line 17.
The last word in the sentence, fix.
Appointed employee, all its necessary clerical and technical assistance, and fix the compensation of each person appointed within the limits of funds available to it pursuant to law, provided that in the cities of Cranston, Warwick, and Woonsocket, and the town of Coventry, the employment and compensation shall be subject to the approval of the respective city or town councils. So I only see the word fix there in the first clause of the sentence relating to the, it really goes back to subsection A, where the canvassing authority shall have and exercise those functions and powers. And then the second clause is the provided, however, the exception to it. And in that second clause, it's a matter of subject to the approval. So it's the way that it's phrased, unless Cranston, Warwick, and Coventry actually do things differently. My reading of this is that it comes to the Warwick City Council for approval, and then we effectively either approve, we make changes, or we don't. And it's not as if in the middle of the year we can go and start firing people or make changes in the middle of the year or anything of that nature. I'm not seeing that in this.
So as a point of information, can the solicitor weigh in as to whether the revised language, which is simply the insertion of the word Warwick into the fourth subpart, would grant the city council the ability to fix the employment and rate of compensation, or if it simply would allow us to approve the employment and rate of compensation?
Thank you, Mr. President. The canvassing authority has and will remain to have the authority to fix the compensation of each person. The language is giving essentially advice and consent for that decision. So if we don't agree with that, we can, the council can send that message back, and the canvassing authority will have to reconsider and come back to the table with something else. They're still fixing it, but it's subject to the approval of the council. Should this legislation pass, should this resolution to the assembly be approved, and then the legislature approve accordingly. But we are not taking the authority away. We are qualifying the authority of the canvassing authority with the advice and consent.
Solicitor, I am not an attorney, but when it says except in the cities of Cranston, Warwick, and Woonsocket, and the town of Coventry, it sounds like you are taking away the authority from the Board of Canvassers to hire and compensate and fix the compensation. It does not mention the advice and consent or the approval of the compensation is at the budget hearings. That's the council's chance to weigh in on the budget and the council, the Board of Canvassers' salaries.
Thank you, Chief. Respectfully, the opening clause of number 4, which begins on line 17, is a granting of authority to the canvassing authority. It is then qualified with the end language on lines 20 and 21, subject to the approval of the respective city or town councils. So we are not taking anything. It is merely providing a approval process of what the decision to do or not do, to hire or not fire, or hire or fire, or fund at a certain level those employment opportunities. So this is not taking something, it is merely giving an approval authority of the actions taken or not taken by the canvassing authority.
Would this then be the only employee in the city that we approve the hiring of? Other than the judge?
I believe so.
This body does approve the appointment of the clerk.
And the clerk, okay. There are a few.
I believe we also appoint our own constituent affairs liaison and council solicitor. I think that's a list of 3, more or less.
Okay, fair enough. Councilman Lattiser, you get your first bite at the apple.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Chief, with all due respect, I disagree with a lot of the administration's position on this. As everyone here regarding the city council and yourself know, I'm the one that created the ruckus about that salary increase that we had no say of. I'd also point out that it's this body right here that approves the mayor's salary. So to think that it's not okay to approve the director of the Board of Canvassers' salary, but it is okay to approve the mayor's salary, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. But the reason that pushed me over to go for this legislation is because of the significance of the increase of that salary. And that increase was higher than anyone else got for a raise. And we had no say in the matter. And if I understand correctly, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, I think the new level of salary that is in place now that we had no say in exceeds the salary of one of the directors that was employed in that position for years. And that is not fair. To increase that salary by the amount of monies that it was increased with no input from the body that's responsible for approving, setting the budget is wrong. For that type of an increase to be provided to one select employee, you talk about the issues of politics and whatever else. If there is someone in a position in the Board of Canvassers that is doing something that is not legal, it was suggested retaliation or whatever, I'm going to put Lattiser with an opponent on his ballot that doesn't exist. That could become a criminal matter. I'm not looking to control the employment of people in the Board of Canvassers. I'm not looking to determine who they're going to hire or not hire. We already have the authority to approve or disapprove that appointment to that position. So we already have that. What I'm looking to do is to move that financial responsibility onto the body that's responsible for the finances, and that's us. We're responsible for the finances. And I called out many people, or let me rephrase, items on that budget that I just felt weren't correct. So this isn't about an individual person. This is about the governing body, which is us, having the authority on a salary increase for every employee of the city, including the director of the Board of Canvassers, including the mayor, including yourself, and a lot of other folks. So we're not looking to take control of the Board of Canvassers. We got enough things that we need to deal with. But what I am looking to do is that allow this city council, as 3 other communities in the state already do, which is approve of a salary line item or increase in that particular department. That's it. You want to seek an amendment on that, we have nothing to do with, you want to bring in, an extra dozen volunteers during an election, fine, I'm okay with that. My issue is that raise was not appropriate given the financial conditions that this city is in right now. I object to it then, and I object to it now. And I think this is something that this city council absolutely needs to have the control of what happens. The way this is now, a board could come in and increase that salary 30 or 40%, just because. And we'd have nothing to say about it. That is fiscally irresponsible. And this is what has prompted me to put forward this legislation. And I believe this is why I have so many co-sponsors to this legislation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman. If there aren't other members of the council who'd like to add anything, I'll go to the public. Any members of the public want to weigh in on this? Seeing none.
Motion to move favorable action.
Motion. Okay, we've got a motion for favorable. We've got a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No. And that is all for us. Intergovernmental adjourns at 8 o'clock.
Next up is the Public Properties, Land Use, Community Affairs Committee.
May I ask for a point of clarification?
The City Council Committee on Public Properties, Land Use, and Community Affairs comes to order at 8:04. First up, we have acceptance of the minutes from May 5th, 2025. Do we have a motion? We have a motion favorable. Do we have a second? Second, Councilman Kirby. All in favor? Aye. Okay. First item on the agenda, I believe that the city council solicitor has something to read into the record quickly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a clerical matter here. At the meeting last month, the city council made an amendment and passed for first passage PCO 5-25 at sub A. The agenda here needs to be amended to reflect that we are here on second passage of the sub A. This is a clerical issue. It does not change the advertising of the abandonment of a portion of Harper Street.
Thank you. Will anyone move the amendment to add sub A following PCO 5-25 and before the word order? Councilman Foley moves. Do we have a second? We have a second. Councilman Kirby. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. Here we are. PCO 5-25 sub A. Order on the abandonment of a portion of Harper Street. John Harold, Barbara Harold, Karen Harold, Bruce Moore, Mary Moore, Nancy Stockard, and Jason Stockard, petitioners. This is for second passage. Councilman Kirby, do you recommend favorable action, second passage?
Yes, favorable action to move forward.
All right, and let's see. We have the recommendation. Do we have any further discussion, members of the committee? Any further discussion, members of the council? Any further discussion on this item, members of the public? Hearing none, do we have a motion?
Move favorable action.
Moved, Councilman Foley. Seconded, Councilman Kirby. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it. 4-0, second passage. Okay, second item on the agenda. We have PCR 61-25, a resolution in observance of Pride Month. So, June is Pride Month. We often recognize this here at the City Council, annual basis. I think it's important for all members of the community to be recognized, accepted, and for the Warwick City Council to make clear that this is a welcoming place and welcoming community to all people. Any further discussion, members of the committee? Further discussion, members of the council? Further discussion, questions, comments, members of the public? Hearing none, do we have a motion?
Move favorable action.
And do we have a second? Seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 4-0. Okay. Third item on the agenda, PCR 62-25, a resolution in observance of the Caribbean American Heritage Month. So, June, previously recognized by the U.S. State Department, was also recognized as Caribbean American Heritage Month for the very same reasons. I docketed this item and would request support. I would also add that while this might seem like something that may not affect Warwick, I think that many of us, if not all of us, know someone from the Dominican Republic or Cuba or Haiti or one of the many other countries in the Caribbean. And especially nowadays, it's all the more important with some of the rhetoric and some of what we see nationally, that we show our support for the community. And as this was a Heritage Month previously recognized by the U.S. State Department, I think it's appropriate for Warwick to recognize it as well and to support those members of the community here in Warwick. Further discussion, members of the committee, members of the council, members of the public. Hearing none, all in favor? Or, pardon me, do we have a motion? Thank you. Motion, favorable action, Councilman Foley, seconded by Councilman DeLuise. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it. And last on this committee agenda is PCR 63-25, a resolution in an observance of Immigrant Heritage Month. This was also June also recognized as Immigrant Heritage Month by the U.S. State Department. I think this is important for all of the same reasons, as well as this is a country of immigrants. Unless you are a Native American, all of us or all of our ancestors came here to America. Any questions, comments, members of the committee? Questions, comments, discussions, members of the council? Members of the public, questions, comments, discussion? Hearing none, do we have a motion?
Favorable action?
And thank you. And all in favor? Aye. 4-0. The committee adjourns at 8:10 p.m.
All right, so we're now back in the full council meeting as of 8:11 p.m. Does anyone have any objection to going out of order and first addressing PCR 67? No? Hold on. Let's try that again. Addressing PCR 52-25, a resolution requesting the General Assembly to support constitutional rights to bear arms and oppose the Rhode Island Assault Weapons Ban Act of 2025, H5436 and S359, given that there's obviously a number of people here who wish to comment or at the very least listen on this. So any objection to going out of order and hearing that item first? Seeing none. Stands before us, PCR 52-25. Councilman Lattiser as the sponsor of the bill.
Move favorable action on PCR 52-25.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Napa. So for discussion, Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I propose this legislation because of this so-called assault weapons ban. In my opinion, this is an extreme overreach by elected officials on our Second Amendment rights. And in addition to that being the major objection, it also creates a significant amount of unfunded mandates on cities, towns, and police departments. So over the years, we've all heard and experienced all of these changes in the laws to deal with the outlaw people who possess illegal firearms, who are completing illegal acts. We've all heard of all these changes that we're going to make, that they're going to make, that's going to correct this. It's going to stop this. It's going to stop the outlaws from having firearms. It's going to stop the folks with mental illness from doing the things that they really don't have control of. What they keep doing is they keep tweaking and keep poking away at our Second Amendment rights because, in my opinion, they don't know how to solve the real problems. They don't know how to stop the outlaws from getting firearms. They don't know how to put them where they're supposed to be with doing these illegal activities. So here's just a few of the things that have been promulgated against our Second Amendment rights. One of them is, prior to 1980, anyone over 18 could buy ammo or a firearm with a blue card. That started in 1980 for a handgun, long gun. The blue card started in 1980, I'm sorry, for having the ability to purchase a long gun, and you had to be over 18. That was one of the first things. That's going to like solve everything. And by the way, some of these things I don't object to, even though they are picking away. Some of them I don't have an objection to, but this issue I have a big objection to. Today, you need to be 21 to buy everything. The extensive background checks have been increased dramatically. I don't have an objection to that. 3 days to buy a handgun. Now it's 7-day wait time. And I don't have an objection to that. Trigger locks. That's something that has recently come up. Ammo separate from the gun in your house, office, or vehicle. Now, some might think that makes a lot of sense, but my Second Amendment right gives me the right to protect my property and my family and my person. Anyone with a carry permit has a right to carry that firearm. So let's say this. Someone breaks into your house tonight and threatens you with bodily harm, or your family or your child. Oh, excuse me, sir, let me, go unlock this and get that and find this and whatever. These are already in place. These laws are already there. There is no concrete evidence, at least that I'm aware of, no statistics that I'm aware of, that all of these additional laws that have been put in place have stopped the outlaws from being outlaws. One of the best bumper stickers I've ever seen says, when guns are outlawed, only outlaws will have them. Now, there's a true statement. There, in fact, is a true statement. You can pass all the laws you want. You can do whatever you please to keep the law-abiding citizens, the folks that have firearms, use firearms for sporting events, etc., target practice, personal protection, etc. You can pass all the laws you want, and it's not going to change the outcome of that bumper sticker. We need to deal with the real problem. The problem is dealing with the outlaws. That's the problem. It's not to continue to pull away our Second Amendment rights. In this Substitute A bill, which just came to my attention, by the way, over the weekend, in it, it just continues to talk about things that they've already done, the things that I've already talked about. You can't have a loaded firearm in your car. You got to separate the ammo from the gun. It's got to be in the trunk. It's got to be here. You can't do this. You can't do that. That's already in the law. It's already there. The waiting time, the trigger guards, etc. That's already in the law. A grenade launcher. Seriously? This is already the law. You can't have a grenade launcher. Okay, wonderful. What a surprise. That's already in the law. You can't have a machine gun. We already know that, right? The days of, that era when you run around with a machine gun to solve your problems, those days are gone. Those laws have already been passed. They already sit there. We don't need any more laws in place to do that. A semi-automatic pistol that has a fixed magazine capacity exceeding 10 rounds. Hello? That was already done. It's already there. We already had to turn in our 20-round magazines, and you're limited to a 10-round magazine, which, by the way, that doesn't stop anyone. Anyone with military experience remembers the days when you used to tape your magazines one on top of the other with duct tape, right? You turn a 20-round magazine into a 40-round magazine. This doesn't change anything. A semi-automatic firearm that has the ability to accept belt ammunition feeding. I think they call that a machine gun, right? It's a belt-fed ammunition, a belt-fed weapon. They go on to talk about pistol grips and these handles, as though this is some type of thing that just makes this firearm some outrageous piece of equipment because it happens to have a pistol grip. Well, anyone that has fired a rifle knows the pistol grip is a tool of accuracy. It helps you stabilize that firearm. This assault weapon thing, where the hell did that come from? Assault weapon. That, in my opinion, is it's words that just create agita. Assault weapon. These types of rifles that were semi-automatic rifles, they've been around forever. They weren't called an assault rifle until all of a sudden they become an assault rifle. Voluntary certificate of possession. Now, this is just a wonderful thing. This is really good. This is going to fix all problems. Voluntary certificate of possession. You have a right to drive a vehicle, right? Getting a driver's license is not mandatory. It's a voluntary right to drive a vehicle. If you drive a vehicle without a driver's license, I think you're going to get a penalty for that, right? This affords a circumvent, in my opinion, voluntary certificate of possession. Suppose I don't have a voluntary certificate of possession. Is that going to be the same thing as a driver's license? Oh, you're driving a car without a driver's license. But wait a minute, you said a driver's license is only, voluntary. I don't have to have a driver's license. No, but you need to drive this car. I believe that can be turned around. There will be some folks that say this matter doesn't belong before this body. Well, I respectfully disagree with that, because anytime elected officials are looking to take away our Second Amendment rights, I believe it belongs before the local authorities, the local governances of towns and cities. Yeah, I believe it belongs here. You're trying to take away our Second Amendment rights, my Second Amendment rights? Yep, I think it belongs here. The issue, in any prosecution under this section, there shall be a rebuttable presumption that the assault weapon or weapons that are the subject of possession were obtained by the defendant after July 1st, 2026.
Councilman Lattiser, you have about 30 seconds left.
Thank you. Well, there you are. So much for your voluntary registration. If you don't register or whatever they're talking about over here, voluntary certificate of possession, if you don't do that, how are you going to prove you possessed that firearm before 2026? Don't let them do that go around. I object to that legislation. I stand behind what we have here. Thank you.
We have a motion to open to public comment, please. Anybody? Do we not want the public to speak? I'm confused.
Motion to open a public comment.
All right, motion made. Is there a second? All right, motion made and seconded. So for those who don't know, just when you come up to the mic, make sure you state your name clearly. And then as you likely gathered based on what I told Councilman Lattiser, you are timed. When you're getting close to the duration, I'll try to give you as adequate a warning as I can, but I apologize in advance if I end up interrupting you. I'll try not to, but I can't promise.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Tanya Pereira. My husband and I are residents of Rhode Island for our lives. We've been part of the Warwick community now for about 2 years, and the assault weapons ban introduced at the State House defines assault weapon by citing integral functions and safety features of a firearm, and then uses these parts to create a ban on almost all rifles, all shotguns, and many handguns. An arm brace is in there. An arm brace provides aid to those who are injured or handicapped and can't support the full weight of a pistol. A shroud on a rifle that protects somebody's hand from being burned when they touch the barrel, that goes around the barrel of the firearm. a telescoping stock on a rifle and a shotgun that adjusts your length of pull. So somebody with a short arm length of pull like myself can also shoot safely the same firearm as somebody who is 6 foot. A threaded barrel on pistols, that allows you to have a compensator to reduce the muzzle rise in order to better control your firearm and again, safely control your firearm. All of these functions have been designed to increase firearm safety, yet these are the same functions that the sponsors of the bill are using to ban. Our state legislators promised the removal of the registry from the proposed AWB. However, they did not remove it. They instead renamed it to Voluntary Certificate of Possession. Nothing about this is voluntary. Even if we go to those extremes, there is still a strict limitation on where and how I can use my grandfathered firearm, creating a ban on CCW, as that is not an allowed use. In fact, if I were to carry my CCW pistol and I obtained this voluntary certificate of possession, I could face 3 years in prison and a fine of $2,500. I ask anyone who supports a ban on so-called assault weapons, define an assault weapon. And when you can't define what an assault weapon is, do you think you should be pushing a political agenda to ban them? This proposed bill has nothing to do with providing safety in our community and has everything to do with fulfilling a political agenda. You cannot legislate evil out of the world, but you can defend against it with a firearm. Please support the Second Amendment resolution before you and send a strong message to our out-of-touch state legislators. I also would like to address Councilman Gebhardt's concern of having the wrong venue here. I wish he was present for this. However, you are a representation of your constituents. This directly impacts your constituents, and I would think that you would want to listen to your constituents and not shrug them off as a state problem. You took an oath to uphold the Constitution. Although somebody may not be a fan of the Second Amendment, it is still part of the Constitution, and you have a duty to uphold your oath. State representatives say, "I can't wait to take your guns." They laugh in our faces and they ignore facts. They bust in out-of-state support for their agenda. Shouldn't we be able to turn to our local representatives when our state legislators have failed us so miserably? And lastly, this is a direct impact to Warwick taxpayers if this passes into law. Where will all the confiscated assault weapons be stored? You have to store them in a climate-controlled environment so they do not rust. There are tens of thousands of firearms within Warwick that would be classified as an assault weapon under this bill. No funding from municipalities is in this bill. Thank you very much for your time.
Good evening. My name is Emily Howe. I'm a Warwick resident. I've been a lifelong Rhode Islander. My husband and I have 3 kids. We came to Warwick because we wanted to make sure our kids got a good education, that they would be in a safe community and a loving neighborhood. Check, check, check. What we did not expect was to be here tonight. My husband's at home with our 3 kids, putting our 3-year-old to bed, or he would be here with me. I'm on the board of the Rhode Island Coalition Against Gun Violence, and I can tell you what an assault weapon means. It means to cause bodily harm. Nobody needs that to defend themselves. If you do, you're doing something wrong, and I feel bad for you, 1. 2, we've had shootings at Uvalde in Texas. We've had them in Tallahassee, Florida. We've had them very close by in Connecticut and Sandy Hook. Parents couldn't identify their children who were killed. They found them by their shoe. I'm gonna take off my shoe. Imagine having to identify your loved one by the shoe they wore. People don't want to go to grocery stores. People don't want to go to church. As we saw yesterday, there was a shooting and a woman is severely ill and who survived the Holocaust. There is a problem, and that is why I'm up here today. I quickly want to read a little bit about the bill because there's some confusion, and I urge all of you to go back and to look at it. This bill would not only save lives of Rhode Islanders, but it is also constitutional and consistent with this country's historical regulations of dangerous and unusual weapons. This week, the United States Supreme Court declined to hear an appeal seeking to overturn the Maryland assault weapons ban, leaving in place the Fourth Circuit decision that such a ban is constitutional. The Supreme Court also declined to hear an appeal for the First Circuit decision that Rhode Island's high-capacity magazine ban is constitutional. In finding, the circuit expressly stated that the same reasoning the court used in upholding the law would also apply to assault weapon bans like the one created H5346 sub A. These assault weapon bans are not novel. California passed the first assault weapon ban in 1989. The United States had a federal assault weapon ban in place from 1994 to 2004. Currently, 9 states and Washington, D.C. have assault weapon bans in effect that are subsequently similar to this bill. These laws have been consistently and repeatedly upheld as being constitutional, and every single one is currently in full effect. The bill would prohibit the future sale, manufacturers, transfer, and possession of assault weapons, which are a class of especially lethal firearms that have military-style features. Assault weapons are not appropriate for self-defense or hunting. The bill would not prohibit the future sale, manufacture, transfer, or possession of any revolvers, most pistols, including those expressly designed for Olympic-style target shooting, all manually operated firearms, semi-automatic rifles, shotguns that do not possess specific military-style features. This bill would permit anyone who currently possesses an assault weapon to keep it going forward. The bill would also allow an individual who later inherits a lawfully possessed assault weapon to legally possess it themselves. This bill would not criminalize continued possession or use of weapons that were lawfully obtained and possessed prior to passage. This bill would create a voluntary certificate of possession systems that allows current lawful owners of assault weapons to obtain proof that their continued possession is lawful. This certificate can be used as evidence in the case of any future investigations or cases. This bill would not create a registry of any kind, nor does it require current lawful owners to obtain this certificate of possession. Thank you.
Good
Hold on
evening.
One moment. I apologize for interrupting you. This isn't meant to target you. This is in general for everybody, and I should have led with this. Make sure you stay on topic to the bill itself. We don't need reminders of what's in the news and what has been in the news for years, as far as graphic descriptions of heinous acts that have occurred. If you're here to speak, you're here to speak on the merits of the resolution before us, which is addressing a bill that is before the General Assembly. I'm required to enforce decorum as part of my role here. As part of that, that means that if people start being repetitive or redundant, both with their own testimony or simply saying all the same things that a person prior or the people prior said, I'm going to gavel you and ask you to move on. So if you do happen to come forward and you agree with everything the person said before you, or just some of the things, you could say, I agree with all those things that person said, and here's my own stuff as well. So please keep that in mind. I apologize in advance if I gavel you, but you know why if so. All right. Again, I apologize for interrupting you, sir. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Michael O'Neill. I'm a Warwick resident. Ed Lassiter is my councilman. There's a few things that were brought up tonight I'd just like to comment on. As far as Warwick not having any skin in the game, if you all are familiar with AT Wall just bought a large company. So they'll be the largest manufacturer of magazines in the state of Rhode Island. So we have a lot of jobs in effect. We also have other manufacturers in the state of Rhode Island. The assault weapon ban is not just an AR-15 ban. It bans 3,600 firearms. We've done the research. 3,600 firearms, from revolvers to pistols, you name it, shotguns for shooting trap, for hunting, all those will soon be illegal. So that's an issue as far as this bill goes way too far. If you are familiar with the Bruin decision from 4 years ago from Justice Thomas, there's only 4 things that you can restrict for the Second Amendment, and that has historical basis. 1, you're a habitual criminal. 2, you are mentally ill. 3, you can't bring firearms to a church. And 4, students cannot carry firearms on school grounds. Those are the only 4 restrictions. He also gets into technology coming to present day as far as AR-15s and says you cannot restrict those firearms at all. Just the 4 points that I made. So the other thing is I'd like to bring as far as to Warwick with the firearms sales and is, do you know the leading tourism agency, not agency, but the demographic, the background as far as Rhode Island is the firearms community brings in $300 million a year in tourism. That's gasoline, that's hotels, restaurants. We have a lot of competition shooting from across the country that people come into for the state of Rhode Island. That's every year. You can go to the National Shooting Sports Foundation and find out exactly the numbers they track for each state every year. The Second Amendment right is our God-given right. It's not for restriction. And I'm hoping that you pass this for the simple fact of this is who we are. We also have the Speaker of the House that is in the Warwick District. And this is another reason why we're asking the Town Council to give us another voice to let him know that the Warwick, Rhode Island residents are not in favor of this. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Rick Bateman. I am a 40-year resident of the city, a beautiful city. Really quick, I got to get to work. I want to thank the sponsors and co-sponsors of this resolution. I also know that we as Warwick residents put you in these seats to not only because we trust you, we trust our judgment, we trust your views, but also to protect us from stuff like this. We may ask you to weigh in on state issues and protect us from the state when it comes to things like this, or many other things. So I just ask that you do the right thing for the city of Warwick and our residents, and join the growing list of cities and towns passing resolutions similar to this, and not hopefully cave to the pressures that you may be getting from the state level. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is David Turayan. My wife and I have been a resident of Warwick for over 30 years now, and we raised our family here. I'm here to support Warwick's resolution on opposing House Bill 5436 and Senate Bill 359, the so-called assault weapons bill. I've attended both House and Senate judiciary hearings at the State House, and I've heard a lot of testimonies filled with misinformation and exaggerations. Supporters of these bills call them weapons of war, and we don't want weapons of war on our streets. This is patently absurd. Military weapons features and capabilities far exceed those available to anything on the civilian market. Just because a civilian rifle looks like a military rifle, it doesn't make it one. And our firearms are not on the streets. They're with us at our gun clubs, when we're hunting, or they're locked in our safes at home. If these weapons are on the streets, they're in the hands of criminals, and they're not going to give one whit about either one of these bills. Make no mistake, the purpose of these bills is to disarm the citizenry. They know they can't control the criminals, but they can control the law-abiding. I've heard both elected officials and supporters of these bills state that they're a good start. Well, if banning 90% of commonly used firearms is a good start, you can believe that it won't be too long before they get to the other 10%. These bills have nothing to do with public safety. It's activism, pure and simple. And that's why I'm urging you to support a resolution opposing them. Thank you for your time.
My name is AJ Pandey. I'm a Warwick resident. I live in Ward 8. The right to bear arms is enshrined in our Constitution, but it must be subjected to reasonable restrictions for public safety. I think assault weapons are designed to kill as many people as possible and don't belong in our communities. While I'm no weapons expert, assault weapons meant for combat operations seem excessive for self-defense. I can't help but think law enforcement, first responders, as well as educators believe a ban on assault weapons is better for our communities and our state. I hear a lot of the people who've come ahead of before me say this is just a start, this is just a start. I'm not sure when they say this is just a start, they're coming after their weapons. I do believe that is enshrined in our Constitution, and everybody does believe that you do have the right to bear arms. But if this is something that can help our communities and end mass shootings and things like that, I think it's a good start. So I respectfully urge this council to vigorously oppose Resolution PCR 5225. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Michelle Comar. I'm a Warwick resident, Ward 1. Councilman Lasser, you always do your homework, and you always give good information, and I learn from you, and I thank you. However, I got to say that I really think this issue and your comments need to go to the State House. And I really think this discussion here tonight belongs at the State House and not before the council. And that's why I would oppose PCR 5225. The other question I posed to the councilman in email last month when this was first advertised was, are you representing your personal viewpoints or are you representing your constituents? Because I myself can get wrapped up in what I think is the best for me, but then we're supposed to pass laws that represent the general population, and in your cases, the constituents from each ward. And I know, Councilman Foley, I circulated a lot of emails. I know people in your ward were against this bill. So I would hope that these comments get up to the General Assembly. They're meeting tomorrow, I believe, on the sub-A in the House bill. And I think that's where the appropriate venue is. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Ray McKay. Councilman, thank you for being here tonight. Thank you for proposing and supporting this. I support all the comments that have come before me, to keep it short and brief. I'm a resident of Ward 7, so I thank my councilman for supporting this. The one question I would ask, everybody says this is good for the children. How does any of this legislation, by taking away the rights of law-abiding citizens, provide our children a safer place to go to school? When one stops and thinks we are going to take away the legally purchased, the legally acquired devices, personally owned property, we're going to take it away for the good of the people. Where does that sound? That's not America. That's not us. Ladies and gentlemen, the Second Amendment has been around for a good long time. It has done us well. People will say the arms that they talked about back in the day are no longer here. No. The arms that we have today have migrated in space and time. We are here to defend our families. We're here to hunt. We're here to go sharpshooting on the ranges because that is our right. It is our God-given right. To come up and bemoan the tragedies that have happened without providing an answer to provide our children a safer place, take away my rights, take away the citizens of Rhode Island's rights, and ignore our children, shame on you. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Rebecca Sanderson. I'm a resident of Ward 5, and I am also a mother of 2 children. and a over 20-year veteran of the Army. I'm still serving. I am opposed to this resolution, and this is why. I have read through the bill. I have read through the amendments, and I think with the amendments they have put in place, they have done a good job of explaining the difference between a firearm that could be used for self-defense and something similar to what I would use in the military. Self-defense, hunting, does not require these things. And I think that's important to note. It is important that we do what we can to take weapons that are designed for mass destruction, to kill as many people as possible, and restrict those. That is not saying you cannot defend yourself. But if you need more than 10 rounds to be able to defend yourself, I suggest you put a little bit more range time in. This is something that it is trying to place a definition. We're not just saying assault rifle is this big scary looking thing. It defines the characteristics that make it like the weapons I have used on 3 deployments, like the weapons I have treated gunshot wounds from on 3 deployments as a medevac member. We don't need assault weapons, and it doesn't mean you can't have your right to bear arms. You should and be able to bear arms. I am a gun owner myself, but I don't need that in my home. Thank you.
Jeremy Langell, Ward 5. Again, Councilman Loudeser, no surprise we disagree on this issue. I trust the constitutional law experts, and so I think that's really important. So when I'm looking at what constitutes something that is constitutional, while I appreciate that many folks in this room have an opinion about that, what really matters are the constitutional law experts. I know we have 3 attorneys on the city council who know what that means in terms of going to law school, passing a bar exam, and having some experience and some wisdom on that. The other thing that I've heard tonight, which is really fascinating, is this idea that we have to stop folks who illegally obtain guns from committing mass shootings. The problem is the facts don't line up with that. So if you look at the last 100 mass shootings from 1982 until recently, 2024, there's about 100 of them. All but 16 were committed by legal gun owners. People who were legal gun owners had legally purchased guns until they no longer behaved legally. They had access to weapons where they could cause a lot of damage. And we know this. In Las Vegas, Stephen Paddock was a legal gun owner until he wasn't. The last thing I'll mention too, I think you all know I serve as the executive minister for the Rhode Island State Council of Churches. I've heard a couple times tonight this phrase of God-given. I have spent decades interpreting, reading the scripture, not in an English translation. I have spent a lifetime studying the theology and the tradition of the church, and I know of no legitimate argument by which we could say that access to these kinds of weapons is somehow a God-given right. And finally, I will just say this. No piece of the Constitution is without limit. We place limits on the First Amendment. We recognize that there is a balance between our individual rights and the rights of our communities. So I encourage this body to reject this resolution. Thank you.
My name is Andre Carew. I was born in Warwick. I've lived here most of my life. I came here tonight with no intention of speaking. But I was sitting there and I was wondering, as we keep talking about assault, if this bill was called Make 90% of Firearms Illegal bill, how many people would support it? Because that's what it does. I feel that the only assault in this bill is the assault on the freedoms of law-abiding Americans. And I think that I really hope you pass this. just to send a message to the people at the State House that it's not okay to continue making law-abiding citizens criminals. We've done nothing wrong. And I thank you for your time.
Good evening. My name is Marie Hannity. I live at 11 Shenandoah Road, just off Post Road in south of Apponaug. I am the mother of 5 children, the grandmother of 15, the great-grandmother of 7. I would like to simply appeal to Councilman Lodisher. You said it's okay with you that you can't have them. You can outlaw grenade launchers, machine guns. Well, I think that's what we're talking about. Outlawing these weapons of war. One thing I can tell you that one great difference between when my kids went to school and when my grandchildren went to school, my kids never had to practice how to survive a mass shooting. And frankly, yes, we do need to deal with the outlaws. We need to disarm them as much as possible. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Marjorie Tadino. I've been a lifelong resident of Warwick. I'm sitting here listening. I did not grow up around firearms. I have 2 children. They're in their 20s. They also didn't. But I learned the proper protocol on how to handle one from starting with something very simple in my hand. I think a lot of the negativity coming around this is due to the news. I think if more people are informed about what exactly is an assault weapon, that there'll be a little bit more information that they can bring in so they have a little bit more facts on their hand. I do hope that you approve this. Someone mentioned about listening to your constituents. I think looking around here tonight, the majority of the people here who are for this, for you guys to approve this, are your constituents, and they're making their voice heard. I've always stated that everything starts from the city and goes up to the State House and Senate, but you have to start locally. And we are asking you to approve this to benefit, looks like the majority of your constituents that are here. So I hope that you take it into consideration. I do hope the news starts putting something a little bit more positive so people have something else in their heads regarding what is negative around the firearm. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the City Council. My name is Michael Sislow, and I'm here on behalf of my family, my business, and every law-abiding gun owner here in Rhode Island. I run my family's business, D&L Shooting Supplies, right here on West Shore Road, and we've been in operation for over 50 years. My father built this business from the bottom up. We've served generations of customers, sportsmen, veterans, collectors, law enforcement, families. And today we provide good jobs to Rhode Islanders, and we contribute significantly to our state's economy. If this bill passes, it would have a devastating impact on our livelihood, our employees, our community. It would force us and other licensed law-abiding gun shops across the state out of business. Our employees would lose their jobs. Our customers would instantly become criminals. The state would lose over $600,000 just alone in sales tax that we collect and contribute yearly. This is not just bad policy, It is reckless economic sabotage. So let's be clear, this bill is unconstitutional. It doesn't address the real root causes of crime, like mental health, gang violence, drug trafficking, illegal firearms on the streets. You could make an argument that a car is an assault car, okay? This law instead punishes law-abiding citizens and small business owners like me who follow the rules, do things by the book, and contribute to our communities. Safety is something we prioritize every single day in our industry. We bring more law enforcement to our local area than ever before. Rhode Islanders also have the right to protect themselves and their families. Law enforcement can't be everywhere at once. This would put an immediate strain on our local law enforcement, especially in times of emergencies. Taking away effective tools for self-defense doesn't make anyone safer. And instead of targeting gun owners, the state should be investing in real solutions, perhaps better mental health services, more funding for law enforcement, more funding for community education, and perhaps firearm safety training. No one here in the gun community would oppose safety. We are all for safe gun practicing. That's how you reduce violence. It's not by banning tools used by us law-abiding citizens. This bill makes no sense. That's why we're here today asking that you take a stand with us against this bill and opposing it with us. Thank you.
Given that there's no one else for public comment, Councilman Foley.
I move to close public comment.
Whoop. So we'll take this last one and then we'll go forward with that.
Hi, my name's Bob Peterson. I'm from Ward 4 in Warwick. Last year, when this bill came out last year, I did some research on other countries who had banned the assault weapons. And I found that the crime rate of homes being broken into and home invasions in many of those countries went up significantly. So I urge, if this bill ends up passing in the State House, I urge the city of Warwick to put a police academy through. We're gonna need more on the streets because our homes are gonna be invaded by the criminals that the state is afraid to deal with. Thank you.
All right, there was a motion made and seconded to close public comment. Is there any objection to closing public comment at this time? Seeing none, we are back to the full council meeting. Councilman Foley, in a moment I'm going to call on you, but I wanted to let people know that I have a proposed amendment for this resolution that I'll distribute accordingly, and I can explain what the amendment is and its content and why, if and when it gets motioned and seconded for discussion, because otherwise I will not be able to do that. So, Councilman Foley.
Objection to you moving the amendment, sir. Is that what you were asking me? I'm sorry.
I need someone to move in favor of the amendment so that we can discuss it.
Can you read the amendment as proposed, please? I'm sorry.
Council President Sinapi has prepared an amendment. He's asking for someone to move and second it so that it can be distributed to the members and discussed amongst you.
I move the amendment of
Second.
President Sinapi.
Second.
All right, motion made and seconded. So, as far as the content. So for those who weren't already aware, I was a co-sponsor on the original resolution because the original bill, the way it was written, I had issues with it. I discussed such with at least some of the people who actually wrote the bill, and I was assured that those would be looked into and potentially even addressed. At least some of those things were addressed. The sub A is certainly better than the original bill. However, concerns remain, frankly, for both sides, whether they realize it or not. Because as pointed out, when it comes to things being upheld by the courts, that's kind of important for any gun control legislation that comes before the General Assembly or any legislative body for that matter. And one of the issues I had, and many have, with the current bill before the General Assembly is how broad it is and unintended consequences. One, for gun owners, you shouldn't have to sit there on your computer and Google what each term means in the legislation to figure out if your gun actually violates it. Once you hit that level of regulation, that's a sign that you're probably doing something wrong. And when you compare it to some of the other states that have passed this kind of legislation, you'll notice that those states, it's much clearer and easier to figure out, if you're a gun owner, if what you're doing or what you own is a problem, which is kind of important when it comes to enforcement and actually making sure the law gets followed. So my proposed amendment, rather than coming up with my own verbiage and having the same problem as far as it being difficult to understand, there actually happens to be another bill in the General Assembly, specifically in the Senate, that is seeking to address a definition of assault weapon that has been used elsewhere in the country. It is far more specific, far more narrowly tailored, and it doesn't come off with all those unintended consequences. And for instance, as far as the unintended consequence of the bill before the General Assembly, the main bill is banning things like pistol grips. While I'm sure they have a good reason for it, at least I hope they do. An unintended consequence happens to be if you happen to be disabled, and that's why you use a pistol grip, let's say on your shotgun, you now are banned from all shotguns as a result because your disability prevents you from using them without a pistol grip, and the General Assembly has just banned a pistol grip on all shotguns. So clearly the intent is not to go after disabled individuals and prevent them from utilizing something for which they have a right to use. However, because that bill is so broad, that's the kind of issue you run into time and time again. And again, I understand the intent is a positive one, or at least I assume. I feel like that's a safe assumption, and while I'm sure some individuals involved might not have such a noble intent, I'm not going to assume otherwise because it's not worth anyone's time. So this is the amendment before you. It basically asks for the General Assembly to amend the legislation that's before them to utilize this far more narrowly tailored version of assault weapon ban. And I know I can only speak for myself, not necessarily the other co-sponsors, but given that the changes made to the legislation, the sub-A specifically, it becomes more difficult to support this resolution in its original form as opposed to this current amendment before us. Plus, this current amendment before us happens to have the added benefit of addressing concerns on both sides. For those who seek greater gun regulation, this provides that. And it does so in a way that is far less likely to be vulnerable to a court challenge. For those seeking less gun regulation, this is far less than the other bill before the General Assembly, and it does so in a way that's clear, understandable, and has been done elsewhere. In fact, one of the states where it was done is very big on guns, Nevada. So this, if you Google it, you'll find the language there. So this is not an unheard of proposition. It's not even unheard of in our state, given that the Senate has a bill like this before it. We're just basically trying to say, hey, you should use that language because it's seemingly better in every way, and everyone wins, as opposed to alienating roughly half the population, or even if it's not half, a portion of the population, simply because they disagree with you on an issue. And I have a fundamental issue with alienating a group of the populace simply because they have a different opinion. So many lights. It's like Christmas. Councilman Foley.
Point of clarification, the discussion that we're involved in now is about the amendment, not the overall bill. Is that correct?
That is absolutely correct.
And then the chair, the chair will make sure the council addresses just the amendment at this time?
Absolutely.
Thank you. That's all.
Councilman Ricks.
Thank you. This being an amendment, I would suggest, and I would otherwise just give the opinion that I would leave my yes or no vote on the amendment up to the primary sponsor on this. If the primary sponsor desires this amendment, I'll vote in favor. If not, I'll vote in opposition. Thank you.
Well, I guess we should get that out of the way. Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I would recognize your efforts in proposing the sub-A, and if it were an individual bill standing on its own merits, then I may consider it. Being submitted as a sub-A to my original legislation, I can't support this because this is not doing anything to change what is attempted. And this is simply, how would I say it? Softening the blow. Some of this in here, which machine gun, that's already outlawed. The wording and consider amending the definitions in Rhode Island assault weapons ban. The language in this sub-A, in my opinion, isn't going to change the intent of the legislation that is at the General Assembly. It's not going to change the intent and determination of the sponsors of that particular legislation. I don't support that legislation at all. And with all due respect, I'm not going to be able to support this sub-A as an alternative to the legislation that I proposed. Should you want to introduce this as a sole piece of legislation appealing to the General Assembly for consideration, that may have me take a second blush at it. But in its current form and in its intent, I will not be able to support it because I don't feel this is addressing the problem. And the problem is, again, chipping away at our Second Amendment rights. Thank you.
Councilman DeLuise.
It's what I have to say is just going to be repetitive of what Councilman Lattiser and other people in the audience have talked about. New Orleans person took a vehicle and killed people that were in a parade celebrating. There are other instances. I mean, should we ban cars? I don't know. The gentleman in Las Vegas who went up to, I don't know, 32nd floor Mandalay Bay and killed 53 people that were at a concert. I don't think that person was in his right mind, okay? Yeah, he might have been a lawful citizen, but something happened. Councilman Lattiser said, and this argument probably go on till the end of time, about, gun control, women's rights with abortion. These arguments are going to go on for forever and ever.
Councilman DeLuise, if I can just get you to focus on the amendment, I apologize.
Well, the amendment, I'm with Councilman Lattiser. I can't support the amendment. I think we should focus on what was before us. And Councilman Lattiser, I agree with you. If you ban weapons, criminals are still going to get them. Criminals have ways of possessing whatever their end goal is, okay? They're going to find a way to do it. And they will still have the weapons. And yeah, I don't think we should, I'm not the person that's going to infringe upon the Constitution. That's all.
Yeah, and to be clear, the goal of the amendment, in addition to what was already stated, is also to, quite frankly, I want to support my fellow council people who are passionate about this issue. I'm a gun owner myself. However, I don't happen to be passionate about the issue, fully admit. And while I was happy to co-sponsor with the original language as presented, the sub A somewhat changes things for me, which I've been rather clear about tonight. I can't speak for any of the other co-sponsors as to whether it changed anything for them, nor can I speak to whether or not others whose constituents reached out to them or to any research they've done has changed people's minds one way or another, or simply reinforced. My goal by the amendment, again, is in part, I want my fellow council people who are passionate on this to feel supported, getting some form of that this pass would do so, something, but I needed to be something I'm comfortable with, hence the amendment. I'd rather do that, support them, and support gun rights as they stand, while also supporting those who seek safety regulation, because as it's clear here, this only addresses military-style weapons, not weapons that look like they're from the military, which is frankly irrelevant, but actually military-style weapons and the hardware associated. So bear in mind when it comes to the amendment, I don't know how the votes are going to play down one way or another if the amendment gets voted down and then we go to the regular resolution. I'd rather have at least the amendment go forward, but take that with what you will. Councilman Napa.
Thank you, Council President. Just for a point of clarity, I don't believe most of the audience understands what the amendment you proposed actually sets out to do. Essentially, the spirit of this amendment is to clearly define assault weapon to mean a weapon that automatically shoots or is designed to shoot, can be readily restored to shoot more than one shot without manual reload with a single pull of the trigger. Essentially, what Council President's amendment is seeking to do is to clearly define assault weapon as a true military type weapon where either by 3-round burst or fully automatic settings, it's not targeting any semi-automatic weapons that are actually considered semi-automatic weapons. I do applaud your effort to define the term assault weapon in this manner because it is, my opinion, used as a fear-mongering term, is poorly defined and leads to a lot of misinformation and misinterpretation on both sides, both pro and against bills like these. However, as much as I support this, I think some of this is already accomplished through federal regulation and federal law and local law that these type of weapons are already banned. Additionally, there are some large fundamental problems with the underlying bill that your definitions would not address, particularly the presumption of guilt that the underlying bill holds. I would not be opposed to using this definition, your proposed definition of assault weapon, in conjunction with Councilman Lattiser's proposed opposition. However, I'm not certain that I would be able to support just changing the definition with leaving some of the other concerns that I have for the underlying bill in place. And I know we're just addressing the amendment, so I don't want to get into the weeds on my concerns on those. But I hear and understand and appreciate your desire to support the council as a whole and to try to find an equitable solution that everyone can take a little bit of the pie that nobody wants to eat, and find some way to get through this together.
Councilman, if we added in something to address the presumption of guilt, would that work? Because I don't see any way to combine mine with Councilman Lattiser's, but I do see a path forward to adding and addressing the presumption of guilt. That seems like a readily doable fix.
I think amongst other things, there are several other issues. But I don't want to overstep the discussion on the floor. I think it would require me addressing the original bill, and that's not the topic of discussion at this point.
All right, anyone else wish to speak on the proposed amendment? Councilman Foley.
Move the question on the amendment.
All right, clerk will call the roll.
What's the motion?
This is on whether or not the amendment has favorable action.
Mr. Sinapi?
Yes.
Mr. DeLuise? No. Mr. Foley?
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt?
No.
Mr. Kirby?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
No.
Mr. Muto?
Yes.
Mr. Napa?
No.
Mr. Ricks?
No.
4-5, motion fails.
All right, now stands before us the full bill. Councilman Napa?
Thank you, Council President. Just to address some concerns. First and foremost, I want to thank everyone for sticking it out here tonight, both for and against our proposed resolution. I know it's a long night, and I appreciate you all staying, and also appreciate the manner in which you addressed your fellow citizens here and addressed this council in a respectful way. These issues tend to get heated, and I do appreciate how everyone presented tonight. That said, a couple of things that I find problematic with this bill as proposed. The poorly defined term assault weapons, which first came about sometime in the mid-'80s when I was an infant, during talks much like these. Like I stated earlier, they tend to fearmonger more than anything and create unrest in the discussion itself. A bill like this is seeking to address things like telescoping stocks, foregrips, pistol grips, encircled barrels. They don't do anything to increase or decrease the lethality of a weapon. And that is the spirit of which the General Assembly and the Senate has proposed this bill. That they want to address the lethality of the weapons that are out there and that the public has access to. Their definitions and what they're proposing does none of that. They sprinkle in terms like grenade launcher to really hammer it home that, oh my gosh, look what they're doing. They're outlawing grenade launchers. Well, that's already done, as Councilman Lattiser had stated. I do agree with Councilman Lattiser and many of the constituents that spoke here tonight. What I don't like is the underlying feeling that if you're opposed to a bill like this, you somehow don't care about the safety and well-being of the community, the children, the elderly. That's just a misconception and it's false. And quite frankly, it's not appropriate to put that sort of judgment on either side of pro or against. People that are in opposition to this type of, to our resolution and in support of weapons bans, I certainly wouldn't think ill or push anything against you. That, you know, you're entitled to your opinions and you're entitled to the way you feel about certain issues relative to these weapons. you know, I've heard terms like these weapons that this bill seeks to ban are meant for combat. Well, they're not. We don't go into combat, or we don't send our military into combat with semi-automatic, one trigger pull, one projectile weapons. We just don't. The weapons that this bill seeks to ban are not in any way meant for combat. Do they look similar? Sure. Can some of these have an AR platform that people think is scary looking at it? Yes. But they are not in any way or any stretch of the imagination meant for combat. One of my largest issues with this bill is like I said, the presumption of guilt, and that is found in section 11-47.2-3. That for me is a scary proposition. What that essentially means is that the House has cleverly tried to disguise the presumption of guilt by terming it a rebuttable presumption that the weapon was procured at a time when it was illegal to do so. That means that you are not innocent until proven guilty. That means you are guilty until you can prove that you were innocent. That's a problem. That's a big problem. That goes against the spirit of our whole judicial system. That's my largest problem with this bill as written. Now, that being said, I have no problem with common sense firearm legislation, firearm safety. Mr. Sislo said it right. Real gun people, real supporters of the Second Amendment have no issue with firearm safety, firearms training, supporting actions that will actually make a difference. This does have a direct impact to our local business, to our local people, to our local community. And further, it is an attack on fundamental rights. And I, for one, would stand up against any sort of encroachment on fundamental right. Make no mistake that a government that erodes the Second Amendment, which is specifically designed to protect the First, will soon come after the First and any other fundamental right that they at any point seem fit to do so. Not to say that's the intent of this legislature or this state. However, I think it is important to protect those fundamental rights. And this is, for myself, standing up for the voice of my constituents and for this city and for this state to take steps that are afforded to me via this platform that I have to protect fundamental rights. And not just this one, but just to make a stand that the city will not support erosion of any fundamental right. The other issue that I have, which is less concerning but still a concern, is this certificate of possession. The term may, procure, and not shall makes it voluntary for sure, but it doesn't address what happens if you lose, damage, misplace, or your certificate gets stolen. It doesn't address the timeline in which the Public Safety Committee needs to create and generate the application process. There is a dead timeline of July 1st and when procurement of these weapons becomes illegal. However, if the Board of Public Safety doesn't act in a timely manner, then your timeline or any citizen's timeline to apply for a certificate may be a week, maybe 2 months, maybe a full year if they act quickly, which we all know how government functions. You have a government here in front of you and we move slow. So I think there are issues with that certification process. And the second thought that I have there is, what's the point if it's not mandatory and if it's an exercise of futility where they don't really address what happens if the certificate gets lost, or there's no record keeping of the certificate. So even if you have one, there's nothing to say that if you do lose your certificate, you can ever get a replacement, which is a problem. It's poorly crafted from top to bottom. But again, I think the largest problem here is the erosion of a fundamental right. And I'm in strong opposition to this bill. That's all I have.
Councilman Foley.
Thank you. First, a little background. When this resolution was first proposed, I co-sponsored it. I co-sponsored it so that we could have a conversation about this and for my constituents to get in touch with me and let me know their positions. Even tonight, when I seconded, whether it was the amendment, it was to allow us to discuss it and have this open forum. I have to agree with my colleague, Councilman Gebhardt. I do not believe that this is the forum for this. My background is I'm a history teacher. I was in a classroom for 40 years, and several years ago, I think it was 2005, I was one of 50 teachers in the country who was chosen to spend 18 days studying the Constitution of the United States. Yes, the Second Amendment is one of our rights under the Constitution. As one speaker said earlier, it doesn't mean that those rights cannot be guardrailed, as Councilman Gebhardt has said. I will not be voting, despite being a co-sponsor of this resolution, I will not be supporting this for two reasons. One of my constituents, Ms. Kohlmeyer, asked, are we giving our personal views here tonight, or are we representing our constituents? Our votes in this council chamber are supposed to represent the 8,000 to 9,000 roughly constituents. The feedback I receive from my constituents directly, 90% are not in favor of this resolution. I agree with my colleague, Councilman Napa. It's poorly written. Well, that's why the Senate and the House have hearings. If you are personally opposed to this, go to those hearings. Speak as an individual, as a state resident. Don't cast a vote here like you're representing the 8,000 to 9,000 people in your ward. I can't do that in good conscience because the feedback I received is not in favor of this resolution. The last point is the state is still working on this. This is not a finished product. Council President, you offered an amendment tonight that I would have supported. I did support. I voted for it because I thought it clarified what was in front of us right now as proposed by the state. But our representatives, our senators are working on this. There's a hearing tomorrow to hopefully clarify this more so that it doesn't do the negative impacts that Councilman Napa so clearly pointed out. I have reached out to my state reps. I have reached out to my state senators as a citizen. I cannot vote in good conscience as a city councilor because if I voted in favor of this resolution, I would not be doing my job representing my constituents in Ward 1 as they have clearly made known to me. Thank you.
Councilman Ricks.
Thank you. I agree with many of the points made by Councilman Foley. You know, before I get into the real reason for my vote, I'm just going to share a little bit because some of these topics did come up. Topics such as the notion that when you outlaw guns, the only ones who will have guns are the outlaws. Well, we don't need to look that far to know that the good guys with guns, the guys who do everything right, that doesn't mean that their own guns won't end up in the wrong hands. There are 3 gun shops. I believe that there's a total of 5 in Warwick, more or less. 3 of them are literally about 2/10 of a mile from my house. 2 of them being inside Ward 2 and the other just on the other side of Post Road, literally across the street. Well, just over 1 year ago, last May, there was a hit and run type of, I think they called it a crash and grab robbery from a gun shop that just so happens to be about 0.2 of a mile, not just from my house, but also from 2 churches and an elementary school. They got away with 30 guns. Good Lord. Can you imagine? How many more places keep their guns more safely than a gun shop? And now, yeah, there are literally 30 guns on the street unaccounted for in the hands of God knows who.
Can we make sure to keep the topic on the current bill before us, please?
Thank you. So I think that caused a lot of fear in the community, including in Ward 2. And that's probably part of the reason why I was getting an awful lot of calls and emails and the like in opposition of this resolution that would in turn be opposed to the bill up at the General Assembly. A lot of people in general have contacted me over the years about the location of gun shops in the neighborhood. I'll keep on topic. I'll move on past that. So, yeah, listening to my constituents, I do have concerns and I share their concerns. But every time that I speak with constituents, when I'm going door to door, the like on this issue, I also tell constituents, and not just on this issue of the Second Amendment and guns, but on other issues that this city council really has zero direct control over. Issues such as abortion, issues such as the presidential elections, foreign policy. I tell my constituents when these issues come up that, sure, I have my own personal opinions on those different issues, but the issues I'm focused on the city council are the issues that we as a city council have direct control over. So you're electing me, I'm speaking with my constituents, you're casting a vote for or against me, that is for me or for an opponent, or for, you can go ahead and abstain from vote, of course. It's always the voter's choice. But the issues that I'm concerned about are things such as city services, funding for the schools, what level should that be? Taxes. All of those different city issues that we on the city council directly have a vote over. And then the constituents, they can of course make up their mind, ask their state representatives, state senators, those who are voting directly on certain issues such as these, as well as our federal delegation. The same voters, they have the same vote for 1 member of Congress in the House and 2 US senators. And they can address those issues at the federal level. I think that that's how we maintain separation of powers is not quite the right term, but it's a matter of we don't want our city council elections or our school committee elections or the like to become proxies for how we feel about the General Assembly, and we don't want the General Assembly to become a proxy for how we feel about the federal government. I know that all of that happens to some degree, of course, but we want to maintain some separation because when you're electing someone to the city council, they're in charge of taking a vote on the issues that directly affect government. It shouldn't be a matter of electing someone as city council because they do or they don't have certain opinions on the Second Amendment or on abortion or on foreign policy or nuclear energy or whatever it may be that we on the city council really have zero control over. So I think that people, when I have those conversations, they understand that logic. And I'll say that anyone who asks on this topic, if someone asks me to introduce or sponsor or vote for a bill that is, say, in favor of the resolution of the General Assembly, just like I'm going to vote no on this bill here tonight, I would vote no on a bill that's in favor of those bills up the General Assembly, because I don't think that it's the business of the City Council to be weighing in on every issue that's up at the General Assembly. People can talk to their reps and senators directly on those issues. And I think that it, in some ways, dilutes the power and authority, that influence that this City Council has when we do go up to the General Assembly with a resolution asking for them to support something that is directly applicable and directly relevant to us here in the city of Warwick. We see it all the time. You keep getting the same, say, form email, or you see the same people weighing in. There's a dilution effect. If we're a little bit more sparing with what we're advocating for as a city council up the General Assembly, it gets a little bit more attention, it gets a little bit more weight to it. So for all of those reasons, I have to vote no on this, primarily because I just don't see it as our duty on the city council to be acting as the intermediary or giving advice to reps and senators on the items that they were elected by the same people as us to make their own decisions on. Thank you.
I'd like to call the question.
There you go.
Council President, just as a point of order, a yes vote would be supporting the opposition to the bill at the House and the Senate. Is that correct?
Yes, a yes vote supports opposition to the bill that is before the House and the Senate at this time.
And Mr. President, also, that would include the sub A that was just sent to us over the weekend, correct?
Technically.
Well, technically, we got a sub A at the last minute in the 11th hour.
You're
We
not
got a
wrong.
Sub A.
Yep, you're not wrong, Solicitor.
So let's get a solicitor decision then.
The resolution before you is expressing the sentiment regarding the bills as filed. A proposed sub A is not formally acted upon by the legislature at this time. It is a proposal that they provide ample notice for their consideration, but is not something that is active at this moment. It is potential for action scheduled for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Mr. Sinapi? Mr. DeLuise?
Can I get a clarification, please? Are we voting on the bill that Councilman Lattiser proposed, denying the new gun legislation that the General Assembly is proposing?
Thank you, Councilman. The vote that we are currently on is on Councilman Lattiser's resolution as drafted. That's been pending, no changes. This is
Okay.
Lattiser's PCR 5225, which opposes the pending assault weapons ban legislations H5436 and S359. But there's no further discussion now that the vote's
Okay.
been called, but
I
that's a
just wanted-
clarification. We're on the unchanged Lattiser resolution. Madam Clerk?
I'm sorry, Mr. President, I did not hear what your vote was. Okay, thank you.
Mr. DeLuise?
Yes.
Mr. Foley?
No.
Mr. Gephardt?
No.
Mr. Kirby?
No.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. Muto?
Yes.
Mr. Napa?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
No.
4-5 motion fails.
You want to do a 5-minute recess for prayers?
we can go ahead and take a 5-minute recess, please. Who are we missing? Councilman Ricks and Councilman Kirby. Full strength. All right, we're back. So my understanding is there's a council person who was on the prevailing side of the last vote, wishes to move to reconsider on the last item, specifically, make sure I don't say the wrong one. PCR 52-25, a resolution requesting the General Assembly to support constitutional rights to bear arms and oppose the Rhode Island Assault Weapons Ban Act of 2025, H5 436 and S359. Councilman Kirby, is that correct? You wish to move to reconsider? Yes. All right, Councilman Kirby moves to reconsider. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made and seconded. So, any discussion on the request to reconsider? Councilman Gebhardt.
This is ridiculous. We've already done this. I don't know what is happening here. Okay, fine.
All right, Councilman Ricks.
I would suggest that we have spent quite a lot of time debating this. Just as we are not up at the General Assembly intimately involved in the negotiations up there. We're not even sure what the ultimate product.
We don't have to go through all the same stuff again. You can just say, I reiterate my prior comments. That's perfectly fine, but please don't actually reiterate them.
Call the vote, Mr. President.
Hold on, let him have his piece.
I believe I was stating a slightly different comment that here we don't know the final product that the General Assembly is going to come up with. So I'll simply rest with that point.
And to Councilman Ricks' point, he's absolutely right. As far as what I was told by at least one group who is in favor of the bill before the General Assembly, that they even haven't vetted the language of the new sub-A, so they don't even know their stance on it, let alone
Mr.
whether or
President,
not anybody else should weigh in. Just letting you know, not trying to sway anybody, just pointing out that it is indeed up in the air. You'd like to move the vote?
move the vote.
Second vote. All right. Clerk will call the roll on the motion to reconsider.
Mr. Sinapi?
Yes.
Mr. DeLuise?
Yes.
Mr. Gebhardt? Mr. Foley?
Yeah.
I didn't vote yet.
Oh, I see Mr. Foley. I don't know what, hang on.
Vote no longer matters.
Wait. No. Mr. Foley says no.
Mr. Gebhardt?
I thought we were just assuming the obvious ones. No.
Mr. Kirby?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. Muto?
Yes.
Mr. Napa?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
No.
6-3, motion passes.
All right, now stands before us the the resolution in its original form. Given that it was deemed not passable in its original form, does anyone have a motion to amend?
Motion to amend.
Motion to amend by Councilman Napa. Is there a second? Second by Councilman Muto. Councilman Napa?
Thank you, Council President. I'd like to reintroduce your proposed amendment with additional change. Introduce a second whereas provision requesting that the General Assembly remove, well, and the Senate remove the provision 11-47.2-3 subsection B relative to the rebuttable presumption. And introduce a second whereas, or a third whereas, requesting that the General Assembly and the Senate generate a mechanism to replace lost, damaged, stolen, or to get a duplicate copy of any certificate procured by a firearm owner.
All right, and for the non-attorneys, do you want to address the rebuttable presumption portion?
Yes, typically within the law, the onus, the burden is on the state to prove that an act or something that you're being charged with is in fact illegal. Codifying the rebuttable presumption as they have in this legislation, it puts the burden on the defendant squarely and removes the burden from the state. It's directly in conflict with the spirit of our whole judicial system. And it's not common.
And is it safe to say that your request about the replacement certificate process is because there is no process currently in the legislation?
Correct.
All right, seemed like a safe bet. Just wanted to make sure. Councilman Ricks?
The language of the amendment, is this something that is actually being debated at the General Assembly? And is it something that those who wish to express that in their personal capacity are not capable of expressing in their personal capacity, but instead must have the city council supporting that particular language?
So I don't know of these things being debated at the General Assembly. All I know is that the language besides what Councilman Napa offered is present in S734, a completely separate bill altogether. And then the items being requested by Councilman Napa obviously are not in S734.
Okay, I feel like at a certain point we're kind of getting into fan fiction of if we were representatives and senators, we're having a little mock debate like we're a mock United Nations, but we're not a mock United Nations and we're not a mock General Assembly. We are a city council. We have our own duties. We have our own obligations. Thank you.
All right, and just as a reminder for everyone, as I mentioned earlier in the evening, the whole topic of us weighing into state and federal matters, we will be dealing with at the next council meeting when it comes to amending our rules. So what you're saying does not fall on deaf ears by any means, not even a little. Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you. So through the chair to Councilman Napa, I need to be clear as to what your amendment is doing. So essentially, you are still in support of PCR 5225, and you are looking to insert into that language, I believe it was 2 or 3 items that you want to add to be deleted from the House and Senate bill?
So I am still in support. If we were voting on the original bill, I would still vote the same. However, given the outcome, the alternative would be, in my mind, to support Council President's suggestion of an amendment to our resolution that may have a better outcome.
An amendment to this resolution. So it would become 52-25 sub A on this bill. And if you could indulge me and just read those changes into what lines in 5225 you were looking to add that language.
So I was looking to what I did was reintroduce the sub A that Council President Sinapi proposed. And then suggested an amendment to his sub A, which would request that the General Assembly and the Senate remove the provision relative to the rebuttable presumption from their bill, and then clarify a process for replacement or getting a duplicate certificate in the instance where someone may have lost, damaged it, or it was stolen.
So what I'm asking is, are you requesting to make those amendments to PCR 5225? When you're saying to the council president's amendments, you are talking about just scrapping 5225 and voting on his,
I reintroduced his sub A.
I'm sorry?
I reintroduced his sub A. Yes.
So that can't happen. Right now, we're in a motion and a second to vote on 52-25, right?
5225 has been favorably voted to be reconsidered. So the item before us, so your original resolution is back before the body. An amendment has been introduced by Councilman Napa and seconded by Mr. Muto. And Councilman Napa is explaining the extent of what he would like the amendment to be. The amendment he had indicated was it is picking up with the council president's proposed sub A with other additions. And so he is in the process of explaining his amendment, which is based on the prior proposed sub A that was offered by Council President Sinapi, but with additional changes. And once we get that all in play, we'll be able to address it.
So those additions, or that sub A, essentially circumvents the legislation that we just voted on, 52-25, and presents a whole new item which does not include a lot of the language that was initially in 52-25.
We're in the process of finding out the extent of the changes.
Okay.
I think the rationales of 5225 as written failed. So trying to find an equitable solution to that.
Yeah, I'm working on it as well. Councilman Foley.
Call the question.
So unfortunately, there's nothing to call yet until we figure out the language, but the point is still well taken that as soon as we figure it out, we should vote on it because we've spent quite a lot of time on this.
Point of order. I thought Councilman Napa proposed language.
And my understanding was Councilman Kirby moved to reconsider the vote so he could change his vote on PCR 5225. His intent was not to come up with a whole new item.
Councilman, if you'd like to have the vote again on the resolution as originally presented, we can do that. I don't think it's going to go the way you want. However, instead, we could work on an amendment that still gets you at least something of what you wanted rather than nothing. I'm trying here.
Yeah.
Point of order. To clarify for the record, we do not presently have language that is being voted on that is up for a vote other than the language previously presented prior to our taking the vote, correct? So basically, we're currently engaged in workshopping as of right now during this city council meeting, correct?
Councilman Napa has moved an amendment that has a baseline that is drafted and distributed previously this evening and is clarifying further the scope of his amendment. And that is where we stand at this moment.
Thank you. I'll just leave with the suggestion that we have other business before this body. I don't think that this is the appropriate time to be workshopping language. Thank you.
Thank you for your patience. And while I know some people are not necessarily a fan of the fact that we're considering this at all, please be respectful of your colleagues, some of which happen to be very passionate on the issue. So Solicitor, should I defer to you?
Thank you, Mr. President. The Napa amendment language has now been finalized. So we have before us at the moment an amendment to the original proposed language that uses as a baseline the prior Sinapi amendment and makes an additional set of changes. The changes are to the title in that it removes the regarding the definition of assault weapons. This is because it is issuing a series of amendment suggestions. So that title would just be the resolution requesting the General Assembly to support constitutional rights to bear arms and amend the Rhode Island Assault Weapons Ban Act of 2025, H5436 and S359. The next amendment would be following the paragraph on following the paragraph that describes machine gun, there would be a new whereas clause that reads, whereas a proposed substitute A to H5436 is pending action before the House Judiciary Committee, and which also contains a provision objectionable to the Warwick City Council that is requested to be removed, specifically the rebuttable presumption in 1147.2-3B that weapons subject to prosecution were obtained after July 1, 2026. And whereas the Warwick City Council also requests that any bill enacted by the General Assembly on this issue contain a process to obtain duplicate certificates of possession. And the next change would be in the subsequent whereas clause that originally followed to clarify that after the word as current or words as currently drafted, we would insert a comma and insert the words omitting the establishment of any rebuttable presumptions and providing for procedures for the issuance of duplicate certificates of possession. This is the summation clause regarding what this council is desiring the assembly to do to the underlying bills. There would be an additional clarification to the be it resolved clause that similarly summarizes these actions, which would be that we would be adding at the end, remove any rebuttable presumption that a weapon was obtained after July 1, 2026, and that a process to obtain a duplicate certificate of possession be established. So those are the amendments. Happy to take any questions.
So before I steal back my laptop, does anyone have any questions for the solicitor regarding the bill? Councilman Lattiser, regarding the proposed amendment, sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. So, Solicitor, when you say that it would require a duplicate certificate of possession to be issued, what this sub-A is not doing is it's not removing the, I'm going to call it ambiguous language of voluntary certificate of possession. Voluntary certificate of possession means a certificate issued by the state of Rhode Island or the police department of any municipality pursuant to blah, blah, blah. As stated earlier, this to me is, this is like a catch-22.
Well, hold on, let him answer your question first.
There's a lot of things this amendment does not do. It only does what it was read into the record. So as it relates to certificates, it is indicating that that they want a process is requested to be able to obtain a duplicate certificate should the original be missing or destroyed or whatever.
Well,
that is the extent of what is being asked in the amendment itself.
I think there's a major issue with voluntary certificate of possession. If you do not have this voluntary certificate of possession and you don't have it, excuse me, if you don't mind stopping banging. if you don't have the certificate of possession by 2026, does that imply that you could be considered a felon because you can't prove that you had that gun before 2026? That's my concern with that language, and I think that's a big one.
Related to that, the first part of the amendment, or the first substantive part of the amendment, is removing a presumption that a weapon was obtained after that date. So that the two amendments do work in concert of sort. It may not fully address your concern, but that.
So how do we address that concern?
Well, right now I'm just explaining the amendment. That'd be a subsequent issue.
So is there any other question for the solicitor regarding the language proposed? Because then we can talk about whether or not you like that language after, but do you have any questions regarding making sure you understand the language that's being proposed for the amendment? All right, so I'm going to steal that back. Bear in mind the email has the actual colors, the copy picture. All right, so what stands before us right now is a proposed amendment as described by the solicitor. Does anyone have any questions or comments on the proposed amendment? I know Councilman Lattiser has made it clear he's dissatisfied with the lengths it goes to regarding the voluntary certificate. Is there anything else? Councilman Lattiser?
Yeah, Mr. President, I do have a question regarding the required duplicate certificate be issued. In requiring that certificate in the first place, that requires a registry. And isn't a registry outlawed in the state of Rhode Island? To the solicitor?
I am not an expert on the status of all gun laws in this state, so I would, I can't fully opine. I have heard references to such.
Right.
But bear in mind, if it
But
is,
I'm not giving formal opinion that that is absolute. I believe it may, but I reserve judgment on that.
Just for a point of order, clarity, the amendment proposed doesn't require registration. The intent of the amendment would be for those people who chose to obtain a certificate, that there be a mechanism for them to obtain a duplicate if they thereafter lost it or wanted a duplicate for some reason.
So I think that language needs to be made clear and
I thought it was.
Deal with what, but Councilman, it still has in there, that part is clear. But the part where it still says voluntary certificate of possession, that's where I have a problem.
If you have another proposal for an amendment, I wouldn't have any objection.
I don't know how to get that out of there. So I'm looking for guidance on how to just reword that area to go along with what you're saying, where it's not required.
so
It isn't required, I don't believe. It's may, not shall. There's no requirement for registration. All this being said, I still stand firm on my initial position. I still don't support the entire bill, but however, this is where we are. But there's no requirement to register as it stands. It's a may. So those who choose to should have the ability to obtain a certificate duplicate if they want it.
My point is, there's no requirement to have a driver's license either, but you can't drive a car without one. That's my concern, where this law could circle back and say, ooh, you don't have one.
okay, Councilman Ricks?
We've got a slippery slope argument. Effectively, once something is created, could be a slope towards it becoming a requirement. But I don't personally think it's a slippery slope. Others might. I would suggest that this is the type of idea that the General Assembly is best suited to debate, not us workshopping ideas on what the General Assembly might or might not actually be considering. Thank you.
Councilman Foley.
Is it appropriate for me at this time to call the question?
I would say so, yes.
I call the question.
So the question before us is on the amendment proposed by Councilman Napa, whether or not that's acceptable. It's not, then after that, if it is acceptable, then we have to vote on the resolution as amended. So first things first is whether or not you're for or against the amendment. So clerk will call the roll, please.
Mr. Sinapi?
Yes.
Mr. DeLuise?
Yes.
Mr. Foley? No. Mr. Gebhardt?
No.
Mr. Kirby?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. Muto?
Yes.
Mr. Napa?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
No.
6 yes, 3 no.
So now what stands before us is the resolution as amended. So Councilman Foley, do you want to, okay. Councilman Lattiser?
So, Mr. President, for the record, I have an overview here. It says, yes, gun registries are illegal in Rhode Island. Rhode Island General Assembly's website explicitly prohibits any government agency or political subdivision from keeping a list or register of privately owned firearms. This prohibition does not apply to firearms used in crimes of violence or those owned by individuals convicted of crimes. I have another text here that states that a duplicate certificate equals a registry and is illegal in a violation of Rhode Island General Law 11-47-41.
So
I got a text too. Can I read it? Point of order. Can I read my text?
All right, so first off, if the registry is banned, then this can't conflict with it, so it won't establish a registry as a result. All Councilman Napa's proposing is that a process be laid out for obtaining a duplicate certificate. The process obviously has to follow the law. They can't come up with an unlawful process that won't stand. You're absolutely right based on what you found. And it also sounds like the good news is your concern is addressed by default because of that state law. So, yay.
Could you repeat that? Just the part.
Councilman Ricks?
Maybe we should define the word registry.
All right, you're just being fresh.
Can we workshop and draft some language to...
Councilman Foley? All right, question was called. Looks like we're good for that. So now the vote before you is the resolution as amended. Clerk will call the roll. Oh, wait, so that's a good point. You are absolutely right. Someone has to move and second it first. That is a very good point.
I move the question.
I move unfavorable.
Fresh.
Second unfavorable.
Motion made and seconded. So the first vote we'll take, I assume it'll be the first, but we'll see, is for unfavorable action on the resolution as amended. It's very fascinating that we're doing this, given that those pushing that are also those pushing that this is a waste of time, thus making a self-fulfilling prophecy. But we're going to blow by that. Clerk will call the roll regarding the unfavorable action on the resolution as amended.
Point of order.
Yep.
Point of clarification, I should say. So what does a yes vote mean?
A yes vote means that you are voting no to the resolution as amended. You are saying down with it. You're voting unfavorable action. So clerk will call the roll on this interesting situation.
Mr. Sinapi?
No.
Mr. DeLuise? Mr.
No.
Foley?
Yes.
Mr. Gebhardt?
Yes.
Mr. Kirby?
No.
Mr. Lattiser?
No.
Mr. Muto?
No.
Mr. Napa?
No.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
3 yes, 6 no.
Having come full circle, are there any other motions, perhaps for favorable action? Councilman Napa.
Motion to move favorable action.
As amended?
As amended.
Motion made. Is there,
Second.
Councilman Lattiser seconds? No lights are on. Clerk will call the roll, please.
Mr. Sinapi?
Yes.
Mr. DeLuise?
Yes.
Mr. Foley?
No.
Mr. Gephardt?
No.
Mr. Kirby?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. Muto?
Yes.
Mr. Napa?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
No.
6-3.
So resolution as amended stands passed. Now we can get back to the rest of the business. Yes, there is in fact more business. So first on the list is the announcement of appointments. Harbor Management Commission, Donna M. Fieldman. Next, appointments requiring confirmation. Councilman Gephardt.
Yes, Mr. President, there were 4 appointments that were acted upon as part of the consent calendar. The committee recommends favorable action.
Consent calendar? Oh, so we're going to have to vote on them separately because there's a series of recusals happening.
Okay.
That's not your fault. That's our fault. Sorry for not communicating that adequately.
You want me to move them one at a time?
Yes, please. My apologies.
Okay, first up to the Historical Cemeteries Commission, Mark Brown, move favorable action on his appointment.
Motion for favorable action on Mark Brown, seconded by Councilman Muto. Are there any questions or comments regarding the reappointment of Mark Brown? Seeing none, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Sinapi?
Recuse.
Mr. DeLuise?
Yes.
Mr. Foley? Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Kirby?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser? Mr. Muto?
Yes.
Mr. Napa?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
8 yes, 1 recusal.
Next is the reappointment of Lisa Corkum to the same commission, Historical Cemeteries Commission.
Move favorable action.
Motion made for favorable action, seconded by Councilman Muto. Are there any questions or comments on the reappointment of Lisa Corkum? Seeing none, clerk will call the roll, please.
Mr. Sinapi?
Yes.
Mr. DeLuise?
Yes.
Mr. Foley? Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Kirby?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser? Mr. Muto?
Yes.
Mr. Napa?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
9 yes, appointment passes.
Next, the reappointment of the Honorable Francis Flaherty to the Historical Cemeteries Commission.
You want to move it?
I recuse.
Move favorable action.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Gephardt for favorable action, seconded by Councilman Muto. Are there any questions or comments? Seeing none, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Sinapi?
Yes.
Mr. DeLuise?
Yes.
Mr. Foley? Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Kirby?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Recuse.
Mr. Muto?
Yes.
Mr. Napa?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Recuse.
7 yes, 2 recusals, appointment passes.
And lastly, we have the reappointment to the Historical Cemeteries Commission of Alan Golder as an alternative member.
Move favorable action.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Gebhardt, seconded by Councilman Muto. Are there any questions or comments regarding the reappointment of the alternative member to the Historical Cemeteries Commission, Alan Golder? Seeing none, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Sinapi?
Yes.
Mr. DeLuise?
Yes.
Mr. Foley? Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Kirby?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser? Mr. Muto?
Yes.
Mr. Napa?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
9 yes, appointment passes.
And on the Historic District Commission, now we have the reappointment or appointment? Reappointment.
Yep.
Nope, it's an appointment.
Mixed signals. We'll just say appointment of Arlene Chorney, or Dr. Arlene Chorney, sorry. Councilman Gebhardt.
Move favorable action.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Gebhardt, seconded by Councilman Napa. Are any questions or comments on the appointment? Seeing none, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Sinapi?
Yes.
Mr. DeLuise?
Yes.
Mr. Foley? Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Kirby?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser? Mr. Muto?
Yes.
Mr. Napa?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
9 yes, appointment passes.
All right, next we have the consent calendar for resolutions relative to bid, 69-25. Councilman Lattiser.
Move favorable action on PCR 69-25.
Councilman Lattiser moves favorable action. Councilman Muto seconds. All right, Councilman Lattiser, go ahead.
In the interest of time, I move favorable action on every single thing I got.
So unfortunately, because my rule change didn't go through, I think we still have to actually list them.
No, just like making sure you're all still awake. So we'll go to item number 2,
I don't find it
2024-208C. Item number 3, 2025-0, nope, sorry, that's a PCR. 2026-056. 2026-057. 2026-034.
That's a PCR.
Nope, that's a PCR as well. 2025-040, street striping. 2025-041, HVAC. 2026-058, web hosting. 2026-054, portable toilets. 2026-038, radio system. 2025-424, removal of flooring. 2025-473, simulation training. 2026-040, patch manager. 2025-482, refurbish Zamboni. 2025-486, septic and drain. 2025-080, computer hardware. 2025-450, coat max. 2025-481, purchase 10 Glocks. 2025-480, magnet forensics. 2025-472, chemical ammunition. 2025-490, repair materials for Thayer. 2026-039, BCI photography. 2026-053, stenographer services. 2026-055, more stenographer services. 2025, replace firearm. That completes those items.
Any questions or comments regarding the consent calendar of these bids? And there was already a motion made and seconded, so that being the case, clerk will call the roll on the
Mr.
consent calendar.
Mr. Sinapi?
Yes.
Mr. DeLuise?
Yes.
Mr. Foley? Mr. Gephardt? Yes. Mr. Kirby?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. Muto?
Yes.
Mr. Napa?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
9 yes, consent passes.
All right, and then for the items that were pulled off,
Yes, item number 1, 2026-029, become PCR 71-25, Lincoln Avenue Pipeline. And committee recommended favorable action.
No, you didn't. Favorable to amend.
With, yeah, there you go. With an amendment. Thank you. The amendment is to reduce the line item of $1 million down to $694,380. That is the amendment.
So you're
Move
moving that.
favorable action on the amendment.
seconded by Councilman Muto. Are there any questions or comments on the amendment? Seeing none, clerk will call the roll on the amendment.
Mr. Sinapi?
Yes.
Mr. DeLuise?
Yes.
Mr. Foley? Mr. Gephardt? Mr. Kirby?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. Muto?
Yes.
Mr. Napa?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
9 yes to amend.
So now, as amended, PCR
Move favorable action on
71-25.
PCR 7125 as amended.
Motion made by Councilman Lattiser, seconded by Councilman Muto. Is there any questions on this as amended? Seeing none, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Sinapi?
Yes.
Mr. DeLuise?
Yes.
Mr. Foley? Mr. Gephardt? Mr. Kirby?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. Muto?
Yes.
Mr. Napa?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
9 yes, passes as amended.
So next,
Next item is PCR 72-25, collection services and rescue fees. I believe we had one recusal.
all right, so I assume there's no questions or comments on this one? If not, clerk will call the roll.
You
Oh,
need to move in
oh.
second.
It's a good point. Is there a move in second? Motion in second, rather.
It's done.
There's a head nod of yes. from-
Muto seconded, we're all set.
Motion made by Councilman Lattiser, seconded by Councilman Muto. Clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Sinapi?
Yes.
Mr. DeLuise?
Yes.
Mr. Foley? Mr. Gephardt? Mr. Kirby?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. Muto?
Yes.
Mr. Napa?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Recuse.
8 yes, 1 recusal, motion passes.
Next item is PCR 73-25. We have an amendment. That amendment is to reduce the number from 120,000 to 60,000. Move favorable action on the amendment.
Seconded by Councilman Muto. Is there any question, are there any questions on the amendment? Seeing none, clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Sinapi?
Yes.
Mr. DeLuise?
Yes.
Mr. Foley? Mr. Gephardt? Mr. Kirby?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. Muto?
Yes.
Mr. Napa?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
9 yes to amend.
All right, and now as amended, Councilman Lattiser.
Move favorable action on PCR 73-25 as amended.
Seconded by Councilman Muto. Are there any questions or comments as amended? Seeing none, clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Sinapi?
Yes.
Mr. DeLuise?
Yes.
Mr. Foley? Mr. Gephardt? Mr. Kirby?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. Muto?
Yes.
Mr. Napa?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
9 yes.
Next item is PCR 75-25, motion to hold till June
No, you
16th.
missed
So I think we missed 74.
74.
Oh, I'm sorry, I jumped, yeah, I'm in the column. PCR 74-25 brass fittings, that has an amendment. The amendment is to increase the amount from 50,000 to 100,000. Move favorable action on the amendment.
Motion made by Councilman Lattiser to amend, seconded by Councilman Muto. Are there any questions on the amendment? Seeing none, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Sinapi?
Yes.
Mr. DeLuise?
Yes.
Mr. Foley? Mr. Gephardt? Mr. Kirby?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. Muto?
Yes.
Mr. Napa?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
9 yes to amend.
Now,
All right, now-
PCR 75-25, recommendation was to hold until June 16th.
Second.
So we're still on 74-25 as amended. So the one we just amended, so now we have to,
Oh,
someone
I'm
has to
sorry.
move and second it.
74-25, yeah, move favorable action as amended.
All right, motion made by Councilman Lattiser, favorable action as amended. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Napa. Are there any questions or comments? Seeing none, clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Sinapi?
Yes.
Mr. DeLuise?
Yes.
Mr. Foley? Mr. Gephardt? Mr. Kirby?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. Muto?
Yes.
Mr. Napa?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
9 yes, motion passes as amended.
All right, and PCR 75-25, in my understanding, it's requested to be held till June 16th.
Correct.
Is there any objection to that being held till June 16th? Seeing none, so held. And then it looks like we are on to unfinished business. PCO 5-25, order on the abandonment of a portion of Harper Street, John Harold, Barbara Harold, Karen Harold, Bruce Moore, Mary Moore, Nancy Stockard, and J.C. Stockard petitioners.
Mr. President, it would be in order if the council were so inclined to amend the agenda to insert the word sub A following PCO 5-25. This was a clerical matter. It is still appropriate for action.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Ricks, seconded by Councilman Napa to amend the title to add sub A to the beginning after the numerical designation. Are there any objections to that? Seeing none, so ordered. So now before us is PCO 5-25 sub A. Councilman Ricks,
Recommend favorable action.
recommendation for
Second.
favorable action.
Second.
Councilman Kirby for action? Because it's yours. Sounded like a motion for favorable action. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Ricks, Councilman Lattiser. Are there any questions or comments? Seeing none, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Sinapi?
Yes.
Mr. DeLuise?
Yes.
Mr. Foley? Mr. Gephardt? Mr. Kirby?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. Muto?
Yes.
Mr. Napa?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
9 yes, second passage.
Next is PCO 11-25, an ordinance to prohibit parking on the southerly side of Staples Avenue from the intersection of Midgley Avenue southeastward to 70 Staples Avenue. Words are hard. Second passage, ordinance.
Committee recommended favorable action.
Recommendation for favorable action.
Second.
For action,
Motion to move favorable action.
Councilman Napa, and seconded by Councilman Lattiser. Are there any questions or comments? Seeing none, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Sinapi?
Yes.
Mr. DeLuise?
Yes.
Mr. Foley? Mr. Gephardt? Mr. Kirby?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser? Mr.
Yes.
Muto?
Yes.
Mr. Napa?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
9 yes, second passage.
Next, we did that one. Next, PCR 58-25, 2025-419, food truck service for various city events. This is finance.
Recommendation was to withdraw as per the administration.
All right, for action, Councilman Lattiser.
Move to withdraw PCR 58-25.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Napa. Are there any questions regarding the request to withdraw? Seeing none, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Sinapi?
Yes.
Mr. DeLuise?
Yes.
Mr. Foley? Mr. Gephardt? Mr. Kirby?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. Muto?
Yes.
Mr. Napa?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
9 yes to withdraw.
Next, we have PCO 14-25, an ordinance amending Section 2-16 of the Code of Ordinances to codify the City of Warwick's tax classification plan provided in RIGL 44-5-67.1 through 44-5-67.3. And based on the notation before me, I think there is a clerical change.
Thank you, Mr. President. It would be in order for the council to amend both the title of this matter. In the original drafts, we were contemplating a codification of an additional section of law that is still applicable, but it was not put into the resolution. So the last bit of this reference in 67.3 should actually read 67.2. So if the council would entertain an amendment to the title on both the agenda and the underlying PCO itself.
Motion to move favorable action as a proposed amendment.
So Councilman Napa had basically said so moved in regards to the proposed amendment by the solicitor. Is there a second? I think there was. I just didn't hear. All right, Councilman Muto, Councilman Lattiser. Is there any objection? Can we do it that way because it's on the body? Okay. Is there any objection to that amendment? All right, seeing none, so ordered. So now, as amended, ordinance.
Motion to move favorable action as amended.
Motion favorable action as amended, seconded by Councilman Lattiser. Are there any questions regarding this? Seeing none, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Sinapi?
Yes.
Mr. DeLuise? Yes. Mr. Foley? Mr. Gephardt? Mr. Kirby?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser? Mr. Muto?
Yes.
Mr. Napa?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
9 yes, first passage.
Next is PCR 61-25, a resolution in observance of Pride Month. This is Councilman Ricks.
Committee recommends favorable action. I'll move favorable action.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Napa. Any questions or comments? If not, clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Sinapi?
Yes.
Mr. DeLuise? Yes. Mr. Foley? Yes. Mr. Gephardt? Mr. Kirby?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser? Mr. Muto?
Yes.
Mr. Napa?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
9 yes, motion passes.
Next is PCR 62-25, a resolution in observance of Caribbean American Heritage Month. Councilman Ricks.
Committee recommends favorable action. I move favorable action.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Ricks, seconded by Councilman Napa. Councilman Lattiser. Any questions? Seeing none, clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Sinapi?
Yes.
Mr. DeLuise? Yes. Mr. Foley? Mr. Gephardt? Mr. Kirby?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser? Mr. Muto?
Yes.
Mr. Napa?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
9 yes, motion passes.
Next is PCR 63-25, a resolution in observance of Immigrant Heritage Month. Councilman Ricks.
Committee recommends favorable action. I move favorable action.
Second.
Seconded by
Second.
Councilman Napa. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Sinapi?
Yes.
Mr. DeLuise? Mr. Foley? Mr. Gephardt? Mr. Kirby?
Yes.
Mr.
Yes.
Lattiser? Mr. Muto?
Yes.
Mr. Napa?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
9 yes, motion passes.
All right, next. Long title. PCR 67-25, a resolution requesting the General Assembly to amend RIGL 17-8-5 to include the City of Warwick in the list of municipal councils authorized to approve the employment and compensation of local canvassing authorities. Councilman Lattiser.
Move favorable action on PCR 67-25.
Second.
So I have a request on this one. Because we learned of the administration's vehement objection to this, and because it at least sounded like, one, there might be middle ground, but two, I would like to hear from, hold on, I even wrote it down, but it was way sooner than where we were at. I want to hear from those other municipalities to make sure the way they do it is what we actually want, because if it turns out in practice they do it in a way that's different than what we're actually going for, then we're not actually doing ourselves any favors. But because this isn't going to become before us as like an actual issue anyway for almost a year, I figured it was safe that if we just held it for a month, we could figure everything we need to figure out and then come back, and it'll be in plenty of time for the next session so that it's not like we're putting ourselves in a bad spot. It'll get heard well before anything happens where it matters for us. And frankly, they're not going to get to it this session anyway because they're in the home stretch.
That's fine.
All right, much appreciated. And sorry for just bringing it up now. I would have brought up hours ago, but you were there. You know why. So could we hold it till the July 7th meeting, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
We seconded, now we're holding. Gonna give you a motion? Can I get a motion?
Motion to move, motion to hold till July 7th?
Second.
Second, July 2nd,
7th.
7.
July 7th.
That's
Motion
what I
move to,
said.
motion to hold until July 7th.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Any questions or comments? All right, so held then, given, well, assuming that there's no objection to holding it. All right, so held. Next, unanimous consent. We already handled that item. But now we want to add that.
Mr. President, if the council would like, on PCO 1425, I guess sub-A now with the technical change, we have a conflict between the underlying ordinance at play, speaking to two different things, and there's some confusion with Division of Municipal Finance on that. So if the council were to be so inclined to consent to having the second passage of this item be brought before the council at the next meeting on June 16th, it would better allow for our ordinances to be cleaned up and reconciled with both, so that it's in a better form with deconflicting things relative to the pending legislation at the State House. So with that moving, we should have a better sense of where we are in 2 weeks. We can certainly update it, but if we don't agree to have it available under UC, we would forego the opportunity to be able to clean up everything in that timely manner. So my recommendation would be to give consent to bring this matter before the council for second passage at the next meeting.
Which ordinance is this he talking about?
This is the tax classification plan.
PCO 1425.
Yeah.
1425?
So do you need a motion on that?
What we need is the council to give their consent to placing it under, essentially, we're asking for your collective consent to have second passage at the next meeting, June 16th.
So is that acceptable?
Move to
for
have
everyone?
second passage on June
Second.
16th.
So another way that we'll ask them in reverse. Is there any objection to doing so? All right.
No.
So that being the case, we'll be able to hear it at the next meeting. That's an excellent question. Does it have to be docketed now in the unanimous consent docket?
We had moved to unanimous consent, hadn't we?
No, you didn't move it to unanimous. You didn't move into unanimous consent, though.
We are under unanimous consent, asking for the consent to docket it for the next meeting.
Okay. So does someone need to make a motion then? Or as long as there's no objections, it's automatic? All right. Well, we already went through that. No one had an objection, so we'll in fact be docketed for second passage under unanimous consent. So now on to the opportunity for anyone. Does anyone have anything for unanimous consent elsewise? All right, seeing none.
Since there's no further business in front of this honorable body, I move us to adopt.
Second.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Any abstentions? All right, so now we're in the docket session. Ward 1. Ward 2.
Pass.
Ward 3.
Pass.
Ward 4. Ward 5.
I have 6. No. Well, Councilman Foley, I know how to get your attention. No, pass.
Ward, I forgot what comes after 5, 6. Ward 7. Ward, oh, that's me. I have 1. On behalf of the mayor, amendment to Code of Ordinance, Chapter 60, Article 6, Section 60-500. Wait a minute. It's OPEB. Sure, but there's a note that they want it because it's the next meeting. Okay. It'll be the Finance Committee and Ward 9. All right. We're adjourned at 11:11 p.m. Make a wish.